Testing, testing.
Oh,
All right.
Hello. There we go.
All right. Well, welcome everybody. Welcome to our special meeting for Tuesday, May the 31st, 2022.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, members of the council, as you can see, we're having some technical difficulties with the screens in front of you. And it appears the only thing that really affects the actual meeting, and I know the screens are very efficient for us, but what's on the screens typically is on the big screens for council's benefit. The thing that we'll have to rely on manually will be the timer, which the city clerk will have control over, correct? So that our meeting should be fine. There's no reason we can't proceed.
All right. So we will begin with this meeting. We will call this meeting to order. And we will begin with roll call, please.
Councilmember Sanchez Palacios.
Here.
Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Johnson.
Here.
Councilmember Halter.
Here.
Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Schrader.
Here.
And Mayor Rubalcava.
Here. And we will now, Councilmember Friedman will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, and we will continue with special presentations and announcements, and we have a community highlight for Denise Weiss, and that will be presented by Councilmember Brown.
Wow, that came faster than I thought it would. Give me one moment. Is Denise here? Oh, you can come up while I say all the amazing things about you. So Denise Weiss is the Chief Executive Officer and CEO for the Housing Authority of the City of San Buenaventura, and otherwise known as HACSB. And she joined HACSB as a CEO in October of 2011 following a 25-year career in both the public and private sectors as a banker and real estate developer. So she comes with a lot of experience. She is committed to developing sustainable properties that provide affordable housing serving the most vulnerable populations in the city of Ventura. And this is exactly what we need. Her passion is to deliver affordable housing and thereby provide the opportunity to break the cycle of poverty through services that allow for equal access to health care, mental health services, and education. She oversees a staff of 71, and the rental portfolio they have is over 1,100 people, 1,100 affordable housing units and houses that serve over 3,000 people. During her tenure, the HACSB has invested over $275 million in building new housing and renovating existing housing to ensure it remains affordable right here in the city of Ventura. Most notable is the acquisition of a property located at 1256 through 1266 North Ventura Avenue. The property was dilapidated, had over 300 code violations, and a chronic repeat user of the police and fire department resources. After 18 months, the property was fully renovated with a total cost of $16 million. El Portal now has 29 units of permanent supportive housing for formerly unhoused households, unhoused veterans, and those with special needs. The property has transformed the neighborhood and created an opportunity for residents to regain their life balance. Denise's previous Housing Authority leadership roles included Executive Director posts at the Hawaii Public Housing Authority and Gunnison County, Colorado Housing Authority. And just to wrap it up here, Denise has served on the Board of Directors for the Council of Large Public Housing Authorities, CLPHA, since 2017, and she chairs the nominating committee and serves on the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee for CLPHA. Denise earned a Bachelor's of Arts degree from California State University, Fresno. So I thought, everything you put in your bio, I just wanted to read it all.
Oh, thank you.
Because you have done amazing work, and you have an amazing career, and you've done a lot of outstanding things as it relates to affordable housing here in the city of Ventura, and I wanted to have the opportunity to publicly thank you. So I believe, City Clerk, I don't know if you wanted to speak first and then show the photos, or if you want the photos up.
Sure, we just brought I brought a couple of slides from some of our primary projects.
Sure.
And if our city clerk would be so kind. So what you see here, this is the facade of the building we spoke, that Councilmember Brown spoke about. We call it El Portal. It's formerly was known, and I will look to our police department as the Buoya. It was a heavy resource user of our police department and fire department services. So this is the renovated facade. Next, please. This is a kitchen of a before. So this is the before of a room, an 8x10 room. There were up to, at times, 4 people living in this room. So what you see, we took out some of what was there. As you can see, that's what was left. This is the after.
Wow.
So those rooms shared a bathroom, 2 commodes, and 2 showers. And there were 19 of those rooms. So you could have up to 4 people in one room who were sharing 2 commode rooms and 2 shower rooms. Oftentimes, the police were called out because people had overdosed in the bathrooms or in the toilets. So this is an after, and each unit has its own bathroom and its own kitchen. This is a before of the hallway, and this is an after. And before I get into that, the one reason I wanted to show particularly the City Council those photos is because you invested $1 million of home funds in that development. It took about $16 million, give or take, to renovate it. And it's fully occupied, and it has really changed the nature of the neighborhood. What this is the new entry point into what we're calling Westview Villages. Some of you are very familiar with the oldest public housing development in the city of Ventura. The first, it was 180 units. The first phase went into service in 1952. The second phase went into service in 1962. It was 180 units on 20 acres. The infrastructure was old. It was clay. And we had to replace it. But this is the new. This will be the new entry point. This is also what we're calling our phase 2. It has a 7,000 square foot community room. It will have 2 child development classrooms. It'll have a commercial kitchen and various meeting rooms. Attached to it is our 50 units with a preference for senior housing, for seniors, I should say. For seniors. We just started the demo, and we're very excited, although we have to say it's somewhat tempered. We just heard that we are being recommended by Senator Feinstein for $1 million for this particular property on the earmarks. So we just heard that today. We're pretty excited about that. This is Solano Heights. It's on the upper part of the avenue. So Solano Heights, as some of you may or may not know, is a for-sale market rate development. However, we have the entry point, and that's an example. There's 50 units of senior-only housing, and as you enter the Solano Heights area, that's what you see. So those are our development. Fully occupied, 15 of those units were set aside for formerly unhoused seniors, and unfortunately, they filled up very quickly. In one of our Westview projects, Westview 3, which is going to be going into lease-up. It's 105 units. Of those 105 units, 20 units are being set aside for formerly unhoused families. So thank you. And if I just may I just say a couple things? It won't be an Academy Awards speech or Emmy or Grammy. I'll make it like you won't even know I was here.
There'll be no slapping, right?
Oh, no, done. No. I don't know what's going to happen outside, but in here, no. So I just want to start with a quote, if I may. One's true strength cannot be unleashed with a passive attitude. Challenge everything with spontaneity and with awareness that you are the protagonist. Then you will experience joy and satisfaction. And that is from a quote from my mentor in life, Daisaku Ikeda, who's the president of the Soka Gakkai International. You take charge, you do it. So once again, good evening, city council members and staff, and a special welcome to our new city clerk, who was also a previous partner. I am humbled by this recognition. The accomplishments highlighted are not mine alone. I may have planted the seed, made the recommendation, or even forced the issue. But without a dedicated staff and strong board of commissioners, we would not have made the progress that we have made. Our North Star is our mission to provide decent, safe, and affordable housing, and that the services that will help our households become successful and have access to health care, educational opportunities, and programs that contribute to the success of our residents. In active partnerships, for example, with the library, public health, and VCAAA, to name a few. The primary social determinant of health is housing, and I know you've heard that, so this is not news. Without stable housing, children can't dream. Families can't stabilize their situations. Families will double up in unhealthy and unsafe conditions. Seniors will find themselves, or have found themselves, without options because Social Security isn't enough to pay rent, eat, and afford medication. And this is what we are dealing with today. This is who we house today. This is who is waiting for housing today. If I can leave you with one thing, that is, what is housing? And housing is infrastructure. Housing is investment. Housing is health. Housing is safety and security. And housing is hope. Culturally, we must rethink how we view poverty and those that we serve. The United Nations Social Policy and Development Edition identified this: inequalities in income distribution and access to productive resources, basic social services, opportunities, and more are a cause of poverty. And I will leave you with one more quote from a Nobel Prize winner in economics, Amartya Sen. Poverty is not a lack of money. It's not having the capability to realize one's full potential as a human being. We need to remember that. Oftentimes we will say, oh, they're driving a car, they must be poor, or they're in the poor part of the neighborhood. That is not poverty. It is a symptom, but it is not poverty. So with that, I really want to thank you. I also want to say that, again, without a staff and a board of commissioners that have a nice, strong hand, sometimes more than I like, we would not be where we are today. And we are still building. We have other projects that we're doing, and it's our pleasure to serve this city and the residents that are the most in need. So thank you.
Thank you. So don't go anywhere yet. I forgot to say that the Housing Authority received an award from the Southern California Association of Nonprofit Housing for the El Portal project. So she's also getting the City of Ventura awards, by way of just allowing her to do projects here. And I just want to say one last thing to you, that the City of Ventura is lucky to have you, and I'm going to borrow some of the words that you just said, to have you, a human being who is operating at their full potential. And we're lucky to have you here leading the charge for housing and hope. You took charge, you did it. You and your team, of course. And you made the most effective and prudent use of the funds that we provided on behalf of the most vulnerable and poverty-stricken. And for that, we thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. And I just might add that one award that Councilmember Brown mentioned, the acronym is SCAMP, and it stands for the Southern California Association of Nonprofit Housers. And what that award was for, it was for the best rehabilitation project in Southern California. So again, that is something that the city contributed to. And we were up against some big guys. So that is something that you also can share with us. So thank you again.
Thank you. I'm gonna share that with SCAG so we can see if we can get an award from them too.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown, and thank you, Ms. Wise and team. I've had the great pleasure of touring some of those projects, and I can attest to the award-winning aspect of those projects. So thank you very much to the Housing Authority.
Catch her. We're supposed to get a picture from her, and she's running away. Madam Mayor?
Yeah, let's get a picture.
I saw the comfort animal out there. I had to say hello.
And continuing with the special presentations, after serving the city of Ventura for more than 23 years, today is Susan Rundgren's last day as general manager for Ventura Water before she heads off into retirement. Susan started her career with the city of Ventura in 1999 as a utilities engineer. She then served as the water resource manager for 7 years before being appointed to Ventura Water Assistant General Manager in 2018, in May of 2018. And in May of 2019, Susan was promoted to Ventura Water General Manager, where she oversaw the city's water and wastewater operations, while also spearheading multiple long-term water supply projects. Much of Susan's tenure as general manager has been during the pandemic, where she had to navigate employee absences due to illness and customers experiencing financial hardship. Despite all of the challenges brought about by the pandemic, Susan, along with the hardworking men and women of Ventura Water, kept the water running and the wastewater flowing. Susan has done a remarkable job in laying the groundwork for big things to come to secure our city's water resources. She has championed major water supply projects like the State Water Interconnection and Ventura Water Pure. While both of these projects will be completed while she's enjoying retirement, she has been instrumental in engaging the community, demonstrating the financial need, and building the team to support these major initiatives. I know that she'll be rooting on the city team as they make headway on these two important projects. And Susan, we would like to invite you to come up to the microphone and share a few words.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and council members. It's been a really great pleasure to serve the city and Ventura Water, all the residents and customers that we have, and really thank you for your support. Our Ventura Water Department and team has been great. Like you mentioned, during COVID, it's been really hard on people, and hopefully we've helped the residents and our staff continued working like many other departments, whether from home or in the field or in the office. So I want to give a kudos to really the whole city, because it's really been a challenge the last few years. But overall, it's been great, and great teamwork here at the city, and we're moving forward with a lot of things. And again, your support helps us all. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Susan. And in recognition of your 23 years of service and your impact to our community, we would like to thank you and present you with a plaque as a token of our appreciation. And
Madam
so-
Mayor,
Yes.
before you do that, can I say a few words?
Sure.
I just wanted to say, Susan, I love you.
Thank
I
you.
think all the stuff that you've done for the city in the last, 4 years that I've been here, that I've witnessed. I know you've been here 23 years, and I'm sure you're amazing all those years too. But all the difficult discussions and decisions we had to make surrounding water, and all the different changes we had to make with communications and approach and diversifying the resources and separating Ventura water from the city and all those different things, you were there the whole entire time and you steadied the ship. And I'd like to think that Sophie and I were a part of that whole, because we had a female majority on council at that time, that you were promoted, that we had something to do with that. And you made us look really good. We're proud that you got promoted, and it was the right decision for the city of Ventura. And I hate to see you go. I was just telling them that someone just emailed me a couple issues with their water, and I automatically CC'd you. And I'm always going to have to hesitate before I type Susan when I see an email about water. I'm going to have to stop and say, no, it is, say
Gina.
Dorrington. I'm going to have to remember Dorrington. So thank you again, and we appreciate all that you've done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. And now we have Councilmember Sanchez Palacios, followed by Councilmember Johnson.
Yes, real quick, Susan, thank you so much for, I think you were one of the first leads that I met with when I was recently appointed, and you filled me in on all the water stuff. But I had the chance to attend your retirement celebration last week, and I just have to say, the impression staff, your staff, how you nurtured them and mentored them and really took care of them speaks volumes. And I just want to thank you for that and your dedication to ensuring that that you're leading as an example and that you have built just such great relationships with your staff. I know that there are big shoes to be filled, but I'm also confident in that you trained them well and that you were there for them when they had the questions and when they were trying to figure it out themselves. So I know water staff, you were left very well trained, and I think you're very capable. And so just thank you for investing and giving the time that you did to your staff and to the department and the city as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sanchez Palacios. And now we have Councilmember Johnson, followed by Councilmember Halter.
Thank you, Mayor. This is bittersweet for me. I remember being, just the resident in the back of the room at Water Commission meetings, and I've seen a few water department directors, and I will tell you that when Ms. Runga, when you stepped into the role, I was so glad. And so I am so sorry to see you retire. I hope everybody appreciates that the water department is, in terms of its scope and scale and complexity, really analogous to the rest of the city. And it takes tremendous leadership, especially to get us through the drought and all these recent court cases and legislation and then COVID. And you have been there the entire time with a steady hand. And I'm so glad that you served years in Ventura, and I'm sorry to see you go.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Ms. Rundgren.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. And now we have Councilmember Halter.
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor. Susan, I just want to say is that we've known each other for a very long time. First off, really as a member of the community, and just all the things and all the friends and all the relationships that you have in this community. And this is, I'm very happy for you, but it's sad for a lot of us, because I echo what my colleagues have said, is that you really offered a very firm, calm hand and calm intellect at navigating us through the challenges that we face today in the water department especially, and throughout the city. And so you'll always be a part of our team, whether you like it or not. So I hope that you don't leave our city, because our city can still benefit by your presence. And I know you definitely enrich my life, so I appreciate that. And I wish you the best.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Halter. And now, Susan, if we can present you with a plaque and if we can take a picture, I would like to invite all of my colleagues to go to the front so that we can all take a picture.
we could all come here. Maybe come up to the banister.
And play hard too. My husband Jeff, our kids Aubrey and Trevor. So thank you for helping me do a great job. And again, the Ventura Water team, they're going to continue to go. So thank you all.
Thank you once again, Susan, and congratulations. We know that your family will definitely appreciate you being retired, and we hope that you have a lot of fun and really enjoy retirement. All right, so. Well deserved, well deserved. All right, so next item on our agenda is our closed session report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. We did have closed session tonight on the item agendized, and there's no reportable action. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is City Council communications. Councilmember Brown?
I'm just not ready today. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say thank you to the fire department for hosting the future community meetings for each of our districts. I look forward to meeting with everyone at the community meeting. I believe mine is supposed to be July, whichever time it is. August 3rd, Station 6, District 4, but July 27th is Station 5, District 6, so I look forward to that. I also wanted to acknowledge the mayor for sending out that letter about getting air conditioning for EP Foster Library. So I know that library is always really hot, so that's going to be really nice for all the patrons who go there to visit the library. And the library is one of those important resources in our community that people really want to remain strong. And if you can't even go in there and stay in there during the summer to read a book because it's so hot, then, you know. I look forward to the streamlining ordinance coming back on June 13th to us. And I also look forward to having the conversation about grandfathering ADUs for those who submitted permits who live in the fire areas in the city of Ventura. And last but not least, I want to say thank you because the agendized items that we're going to be discussing today for new positions, I want to give a shout out to Daniel Keys, the HR director, and many thanks for the hard work to get a lot of new people hired for the qualified people hired for the city of Ventura. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. And now we have Councilmember Sanchez Palacios.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to make some quick reminders. Tomorrow, June 1st, from 6 to 7:30, the city will be holding a community virtual forum, and that's for folks to share their ideas for an upcoming grant application that for the Caltrans Active Transportation Program. The proposed Ventura Rail Trail project seeks to connect Montalvo to Satacoy through a new trail along the Santa Paula branch line, and it would be great to have community input in terms of that project. Also, Thursday this week, June 2nd at the Farm Neighborhood Park on Los Altos Street and San Jose Street, we'll be hosting the first Neighborhood Watch Program kickoff meeting starting at 5:30. And this is essentially just to have the opportunity for the community in District 4 to come out and share ideas about how to work with our public safety officers. And I thank our chief for spearheading that and allowing us to essentially get together and talk about community. So thank you for that. And lastly, our second entrance to Community Park has been opened. So thank you to everyone involved in that project that made this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sanchez Palacios. And now we have Councilmember Halter.
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say that one of the things I love about our community is the diversity that exists amongst all of us. And it may not seem it at times, especially these times, but we have made significant progress in not just recognizing and accepting and appreciating how diverse our community is, but really understanding the value that each one of us presents to our community. So with that in mind, there's one subgroup of our community that transcends race, religion, men, women, in different ethnicities and backgrounds, and that's the LGBTQ community. And on June 8th, you could join us from 12 to 1 at the county center, where the county will be raising for the second time the LGBT pride flag in commemoration of the 53rd anniversary after the uprising at Stonewall in New York, where a lot of people in that community started gaining rights to become equal amongst all of us. So I want to invite you to join us at the county center for raising that flag. Thank you. It's 12 to 1, June 8th.
Thank you, Councilmember Halter. And now we have Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Halter, for that. I will see you there. I'd like to say I was glad to see Councilmember Brown at the ribbon cutting at CalFom, the new apartment building at Calorama and Thompson. It was a great chance to talk to some of the people, especially those who are really working on bringing housing to our community, and just how desperately needed it is. I have a few calendar announcements. We already talked about the rails and trails. On Thursday, June 2nd, we'll have a little District 3, or anybody's welcome, a little get-together at Rincon Brewery from 6:30 to 7:30. As I do with these things, if you ride the bus or if you walk because you live that close, I will buy you a frosty beverage. Our District 3 second Saturday cleanup will be the second Saturday of June. That's June 11th. From 10 to noon, we will meet in front of the 99-cent store on Victoria. And then around noon, we will probably have lunch somewhere in that shopping center. June 15th is the date for the Station 3 Fire Department Strategic Plan Community Forum. I will be there. That is, I don't have all the details, but you can always look at my website, mikeforventura.com, for the details on all of the calendar events that we've got going on in District 3. And last, Mayor, Bernie Furlong passed away unexpectedly. He was in District 3. He was in my community. He lived not too far from me. We crossed paths a number of times. He worked for the county for 25 years, and he retired as a senior deputy sheriff. I'd like to extend my condolences to Patrick and Katie and his children and his family, and I ask that we adjourn tonight in his memory. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. And we will adjourn in his memory tonight. And also, I received information that one of our committee members for Measure O, who served on the Measure O Citizens Oversight Committee for years, Jordana Ibarra-Telias, passed away due to complications from breast cancer. So we will also be adjourning tonight's meeting in her honor. And with that, we will continue with our agenda. We have our city manager communications.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just taking copious notes here. Two quick, two quick comments, if I can, for both Councilmember Brown and Councilmember Johnson on the The letter that was sent for the air conditioning system at EP Foster, it was a request for an earmark from Congressmember Carbajal, so we're hoping to receive the earmark, and if it comes in, it will be in the amount of something like $2.7 million, if I remember the right number. So I just want to, let the record show that, yes, a great step forward, but we're not quite secured the money, but we feel confident. Second item is, I'm sorry, not for Councilmember Johnson, but for Councilmember Halter, just for the council and the community's information, we will be flying the pride flag here at City Hall starting tomorrow. We'll be flying it for the month, just so the council's aware of that. So some of my comments, if I can. I know we talked about Susan and celebrating her out, and it's now time to celebrate somebody in. And Gina Dorrington, who will be a name and a face you will see a lot more often, not that she hasn't been with us for a while. I have named her as Ventura's new general manager. I made this announcement about a month ago, and as of something like midnight tonight, she will officially be in charge. Gina joined the city in 2014, has been in the water and wastewater industry for over 20 years. She has experience in operating and managing water and wastewater infrastructure, ranging from 100-year-old technology to advanced purification technology and performing groundwater remediation for EPA Superfund sites. Gina has also worked in the private contracting industry as a regional safety and compliance manager, overseeing water and wastewater systems compliance and safety. She holds a BS in social sciences and soil sciences from Cal Poly Pomona, as well as multiple certifications in water distribution, wastewater treatment, and environmental compliance. Congratulations, Gina. Welcome on board, and we welcome you wholeheartedly with open arms. So thanks for joining our team. Thanks for stepping up. Councilmember Sanchez Palacios, as well as I think Councilmember Johnson, both commented about the June 1st, 6 p.m. Virtual public meeting for the Ventura Rail Trail Grant Program. I don't think I need to hammer that any harder. An announcement for the council and for the benefit of the community is the Harbor Boulevard parking garage repairs that are going on. This week, the city will close 3 parking levels and a stairwell in the Harbor Boulevard parking structure in advance of repairs. This is the structure that is located closest to the Ventura Pier. The closure comes out of an abundance of caution after a structural analysis indicated corrosion to steel and concrete of the southwest stairwell closest to the pier. We will close the stairwell and parking levels 3, 4, and 5 as a proactive measure until repairs can be done to the stairwell. The stairwell, approximately 170 parking spaces remain available in the harbor parking garage. Additional parking is also, of course, available at the San Buenaventura Beach, Lot C, as well as in our downtown Santa Clara parking structure. That's just for the benefit of the council and the community. Another comment I'd like to make, I'd actually like to invite Chief Schindler up to make the next 2 presentations, if the council will oblige me.
Thank you, Mr. McIntyre. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I'm going to talk about the VPD Special Olympics torch run, but before I do that, I'd like to introduce our newest member of the Ventura Police Department. As you know, we recently adopted a therapy comfort canine. The council met our new canine, some of you behind the scenes here shortly before the meeting, and then I believe he came up on the dais, which, by the way, I've never done, but he got to do that. So I want to take this opportunity for him to say hello to the community as well. Asher, he's a little over 1 year old now. He's a Cavalier King Charles Spaniel and Poodle mix, or Cavadoodle. His handler is Roger Wang. Roger is our business services officer at the police department. Asher was donated in full to the department by VIP Dog Teams, which is a local nonprofit dedicated to improving people's health through promoting human and animal bonding. We're excited to welcome Asher, and as part of the larger wellness program that we have at the police department, we look forward to Asher's contribution to improving the physical, social, and emotional well-being of our officers, our professional staff, as well as the community members. That'll be the next phase of his training, dealing with and helping us with community members that may be in crisis or having experienced a traumatic event. So that's it. Just wanted to, Asher's already been working in the room, and he'll be here for a few minutes if anybody wants to say hi to him. Thank you so much. Okay, the Special Olympics torch run, real quick. I want to invite all the council members to attend the kickoff of the law enforcement torch run. We do it every year. We haven't done it for the last couple of years due to COVID. It is the largest awareness and grassroots fundraiser for the Southern California Special Olympics. This year, it's on June 7th, next week at 7:30 a.m. The run will start actually right here on the steps of Ventura City Hall. Over 30 Ventura police employees will carry the Special Olympics torch run. The torch is known as the Flame of Hope. They'll run through the city of Ventura, over 7.5 miles, and hand off the torch to the Oxnard Police Department down off of Johnson Drive and the 101 freeway. Community members interested in supporting the cause can cheer on the runners. They come out that day. They can also make a donation to the law enforcement torch run. For more information, please see our website at venturapd.org. And with that, I appreciate your time and thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And finally, just for the council's reminder of what's coming up, and on your June 13th meeting, two main items I just want to draw your attention to is we are hopefully going to be recommending the adoption of the budget on the 13th based upon tonight's meeting, and then bringing back to you the streamlining ordinance that needs to be consistent with the local coastal plan. And so there's those two items coming forward as well as a handful of other issues. And with that, Madam Mayor, that's all I have tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McIntyre. Councilmember Brown?
I was just going to say thank you, Chief, but he's gone already.
All right. So we will continue with our next item. We have consent items, 9 consent items on our agenda tonight. Would any council members like to pull an item or have questions or comments on an item? Councilmember Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have a printed copy of the agenda, but comments only on the comprehensive water resources report.
All right. Any others? All right. Mr. City Clerk, did we receive any public communications for any of the items?
No communications were received.
Do we have any public speakers?
We do not have any public speakers on the consent calendar.
All right, thank you. And so, Councilmember Johnson, we can take the water report.
Thank you, Mayor. I really wanted to thank the Water Commission for all the work they do on this, as well as Ventura water staff. I hope everybody appreciates that there aren't a lot of cities that require something like this of their water department. We all know that water is critical, and having all of that data updated every year is a fantastic resource. I refer to it often. That said, I do hope that the council will consider, given sometimes some of the other reports that our water department is mandated to do by the state, then instead of requiring a full comprehensive water resource report every year, that we allow maybe, one comprehensive update and then a year or two of really just the amendments so that our water department isn't overwhelmed with some of the paperwork of putting all these things together. It's a fantastic resource. I will note that they put a lot of work into it, and it's just on our consent calendar, and this is about the only comments or questions. Again, I greatly appreciate having it, and those would be my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. All right, if there are no additional comments, then we will entertain a motion to approve our consent items.
A motion to approve as recommended.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, then we will go ahead and take a vote.
Okay, and just to clarify, are your Crestron devices still on?
Yes.
Okay, so you should be able to vote now.
Oh.
Okay, 7 ayes and the motion carries.
Thank you very much. And so our next item is item 12A, the 2022 to 2023 Community Development Block Grant Applications Review. Mr. City Clerk, have all of the noticing requirements been met?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, this was noticed on May 20th in the Ventura County Star.
Thank you. And so we will now open our public hearing. And for that, we have our senior planner, Jenny Buckingham, and our community development director, Peter Gailey.
Good evening. Tonight we launched the CDBG and Home Program's action plan process with a review of the proposals for CDBG funding that's available for those proposals, staff recommendations, and then ask for City Council's input on the proposals. The city receives 2 HUD grants every year. CDBG grants help development of viable urban communities by funding activities primarily for the benefit of low to moderate income people. And the Home Grant provides for decent affordable housing for lower income households. Oops, sorry. HUD annually allocates funds to entitlement jurisdictions, which in turn seek funding requests from agencies, nonprofits, and city departments. The current 5-year consolidated plan, adopted by City Council in 2020, was prepared in partnership with the county and neighboring cities. The annual action and funding plan sets forth activities that will address the city's priority needs in the consolidated plan. This first hearing is a review of applications and staff recommendations and public and council feedback. This year, the city was awarded $653,000 in CDBG funding and $475,000 for home funding. Combining carryover CDBG and unallocated CDBG CV CARES Act funding, our allocation provides about $1.2 million in funds available. The 2002 home allocation of $475,000 combined with home carryover provides just over $800,000 for home activities. Typically, we open a notice of funding availability, or NOFA, when the balance is about $1 million. However, we may open a NOFA within the 2022-2023 program year. But home activity has been moving. In the last couple of years, approximately $1.7 million has been allocated to the El Portal and Ventura Springs housing developments. CDBG funds may be used for a variety of activities that fall under 5 general categories. Those are highlighted on this table in yellow, and they are economic development, administration and fair housing, public services, affordable housing, and community-based development. Looking at the economic development application at the top of the table, the Economic Development Collaborative submitted an application for the Business Assistance Program for $222,500. Staff has recommended funding of $130,000 with the potential for additional funding in a mid-year allocation. I'd like to note that for the Avenue Library allocation, other budget sources will be utilized to help fill the shortfall that you see in the funding. This table consolidates the proposals into the respective funding categories. And as you can see, staff recommends funding nearly all proposals with CDBG, CDBG CV, and other budget sources. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions, and I believe you'll hear from some members of the public, including applicants, who will make comments this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Buckingham. And now we will take any questions from council members. If you want to, Councilmember Brown, you want to go ahead and,
Yeah,
press your button?
it's on.
It is?
You can't hear me?
No,
Oh, yeah, the
Yeah.
cue is on. I did push it.
I don't see it, but go ahead. Oh, okay, there it is.
Sorry.
Okay, Councilmember Brown?
Yes. I know during COVID in 2020, there was a little bit longer list of people who were on this list. If I remember this list correctly, was this the same list that Weave and the Ventura Museum was on at one time?
I don't remember the Ventura County Museum being on the CDBG list.
It may have been another list, but
Could have been
I'm
another
not
list.
sure. But was Weave one of the applicants, potentially the women's
Weave,
economic?
are you saying Weave?
Yes.
Weave has been an applicant. They haven't applied
They
recently.
didn't apply recently.
We
Okay.
did fund them for a number of years.
So I was just suggesting that if I read this correctly, is there some funding still left over, or are you proposing to award 100% of what we received?
Right. So there are several buckets, as you can see on the table in the staff report, and I can pull it back up on this. There are several pots of money that go into what we can use to fund. And we do have carryover funds from the previous year. That's an accumulation over the years.
Yes.
Of about 500,000, and we have not recommended funding all of it for a couple of reasons. One is that the projects that are not public services are almost completely funded already. That funding cannot be used for public services. There's a 15% cap of the current year grant, which this year is $653,000. So 15% of that is the max we can fund for funds public services. However, we have some unallocated CARES Act funding that we're adding to that those projects are eligible for.
So will there be an opportunity for more applicants to apply in the future?
The applicants, there won't be additional applications accepted. It all has to go into the annual action plan, which will be submitted at the end of June. But we will be able to do a mid-year reallocation, which is to take any funds that are available for a project that may need more funding. And in particular, there are two applications that we're not fully funding. That would be the Economic Development Business Assistance Loans and the Habitat for Humanity Home Repairs Project.
Okay, and so the application process has closed at this point?
Yes.
And the only reason why I was asking is because I understand the benefit of the economic EDC because they pour into the community, they provide business loans and that sort of thing, and that money comes back in the form of,
Program income.
Right.
Correct.
So I just wanted to be sure that we're reintroducing or rolling back in those organizations that we had to make difficult decisions regarding in 2020 because of all that was happening. We had to make really significant cuts, but I was hoping to see an opportunity for some of those people to come back. And I know that Women's Economic Ventures falls into the category of economic development in the same manner. And it would have been nice if they had applied, because I would have definitely advocated for them to maybe be restored some of that funding.
Correct, yes, and the biggest struggle is really public services because the cap is so low that we just don't have enough funding. We're fortunate this year to have those unallocated CARES Act funds.
Yes.
Otherwise, we would not be able to fund all of them. And most of them are receiving other funding as well, the higher level requests such as the Mercy House. There's other funding sources available for that.
Yes, thank you for the presentation and how everything was presented. It was very clear, and I appreciate the organizations that were chosen. I'm assuming it was a tough choice. I'm not sure how many applicants had applied.
I think the toughest was just the public services. Otherwise, we were able to primarily fund all of the other projects.
Well, thank you very much, and it's good to see you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. And now we have Deputy Mayor Schrader. No? Okay, never mind. Any other questions from council members? Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you. You know, I have the pleasure of serving as our representative on the Economic Development Collaborative, and so, of course, I would love to see it fully funded, but I certainly appreciate the priorities, and I thank you for making those hard decisions. I know they are difficult, and I don't envy you that task. Thank you, Ms. Buckingham.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. And now we will move to public comments, if we have public comments on this item.
Madam Mayor, we do have 3 public speaker cards, and our first speaker this evening is Karen Flock, followed by Jackie Pierce.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Karen Flock. I'm the Deputy Director for Real Estate Development with the Housing Authority of the City of San Buenaventura. And I want to make a few comments about the Mobile Home Rehabilitation Grant Program. First of all, I'd like to thank staff for recommending this program for funding. It's a very cost-effective program where we can make funding awards of up to $7,500 for 15 low-income mobile homeowners every year. And it's a very cost-effective way of keeping these low-income households in their housing. Nellie Hasso of our staff does a great job of managing this program. So typically these awards go to replacing roofs, replacing windows, and doing heating units. And again, things that are necessary for people to continue living in their homes. So again, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flock.
Jackie Pierce, followed by Spencer Noren.
Hi, good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. And I pretty much just wanted to be in person tonight because it's been a while that I've been here to express my gratitude for past funding for us, the WCDC. I get the honor of being the director of this small but mighty nonprofit on the Avenue. And just wanted to kind of share with you some of the accomplishments that we've made in the past year and continue and hope to continue to do this upcoming year through your consideration. Some of the things that we've done in 21-22 year have been, well, we have a number of programs. We have 7 programs through the One Block at a Time program, which is our mural beautification project. Many of you were supportive of our 600-foot-long mural, which created a very lovely, long-lasting and needed placemaking site on the Avenue, as well as just started a renewed interest in more community engagement activities for our youth. We had our cleanup events, which accumulated 25 tons of debris and engaged 100 households. Through our Makerspace high-tech manufacturing program, we've been able to partner up with the STEM Ambassadors Incorporated nonprofit, and we're happy to report that a permanent location has just been designated this week to open, where we're serving 30 of our youth in the Avenue. Through our Idea Hub, we've been able to guide new community leaders in community benefit projects as well. Maybe some of you partook in the Avenue Taco Week, for example, or the Winter Wonderland program at Kellogg Park, as well as the new Pura Avenida Gang Prevention Intervention Program, which is the skill-based mentorship program. We also installed 5 new dog bag dispensers on the Avenue, are installing 3 new trees, and disperse cubic yardage of mulch and water-saving kits. We have a monthly newsletter to our OSI Business Network, which serves 600 businesses on the Avenue. And we've also managed the West Park Skate Park Expansion Steering Team to help with the new grant that was just awarded. And then more recently, we've been helping to influence the campaign for a mental health clinic on the Avenue. So all this we do with a number of volunteers, which accumulate over 2,000 hours in service, equaling about $55,000 worth of hours of service. So thank you. There's a lot going on the Avenue, and it wouldn't happen without your support. So have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Pierce.
Our next and last speaker is Spencer Noren.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. Mr. McIntyre, good to have you back. I want to first off by saying VPD, thank you for being here, providing safety. I came to speak tonight mostly about budget, but I want to get a quick comment in real fast here with these grants. And as I look at the title of Community Development Block Grant Application, shout out Jackie and her team on the west side for fulfilling what I hear is a lot of what's described. But as I look down what the budget is detailed here quickly in the supplemental notes, Councilmember Brown, I want to note real fast, there is a Ventura Community Library there. It's listed under the Avenue Library Services. Might have been what you saw there. It was $178,000 for library services, including enrichment classes for the youth, adults, and additionals on the Avenue. But I look down, and the majority here is $655,000 for People's Health for Housing, Affordable Housing Development, a pre-development activities for an affordable housing project. In the details here, it says project location is downtown, but not designated yet for LRA. Services are provided to extremely low income clientele. I'm just curious if why our biggest item is ultimately serving the unhoused in the community development block grant. What are we saying about downtown Ventura? Are we saying we're putting our majority to where the homeless are in downtown because we are now admitting that downtown Ventura is the house of the homeless for Ventura County? The services we put there and provide there will what become there. We know what Catholic services did on the Avenue. We know what other services that are spread out around downtown. It's about time we get some organizations within our nonprofits. Use Knoll Drive. Use our industrial areas off of Victoria to where we know we're trying to put our services, not to continue to apply grants with the majority of our money to continue to have things downtown to unknown locations, when we know groups are already here doing fine work that we're not putting all of our money into. So please, look at this a little bit deeper as we look into our community development block grant process. And again, I personally don't see anything that people are most talking about, which is the parks of our city. And there are unfunded things, which I'm going to mention real fast in no direct order. And that is the East End Library, the California Plaza repairs, the city parking lot landscape improvements, the West Side Community Pool. Wouldn't that be great if we started a process, maybe earmarked a little bit of money, looking forward for projects that we don't just have $500,000 for or different allocated things for one-year projects? Maybe looking a little farther in the Ventura Community Park rebuild, Ventura Harbor Median Landscape, the skateboard park improvements, which we know we now have from a different grant. These are just a few of the items I want to describe real fast. We look at more grant funding and funding in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Noren.
And that concludes our public comment.
Thank you very much. And so we will now go ahead and close the public hearing, and we will turn the conversation over for council deliberation and input. Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Buckingham, can you respond to Mr. Noren's comments and concerns, please? Thank you.
I will try. I didn't recognize all of the descriptions that he said, but I believe that the People Self-Help Services Project is located at the El Patio Hotel, which is on base for residents of that facility, and that's where they've conducted it in the past. So I believe that it is a location-based activity for that. The $655,000 is also a People Self-Help application, but that was for housing development in Midtown, I guess it's College area. And that was deemed to be ineligible as a CDBG expenditure, or activity because it didn't serve the national objective. However, it likely would be eligible for home funding and other housing grants that we have and that are out there. Was there anything else that?
Yeah, thank you. Just to be clear, the People's Self-Help Housing request for $655,000 is not being funded.
Correct.
That is the recommendation?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. Any additional comments from council members? All right. I think there are no additional comments. And so with that, we will entertain a motion. Deputy Mayor Schrader, followed by Councilmember Brown.
I'll move the recommendation stated on page 13.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. All right, Mr. City Clerk, please
Okay.
proceed with the vote.
And on item 12A, go ahead and vote. Okay, 7 ayes and the motion carries.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Ms. Buckingham, for all of the work. And thank you, Mr. Gilly. Our next item is item 13A, the adoption of revised salary and benefits resolutions. And for that, we have our Human Resources Director, Ms. Danielle Keys.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. I'm here tonight to present to you some changes, recommended changes with our benefits resolution. Periodically, City Council Thank you. Periodically, City Council adopts revisions to the salary and benefits resolutions that implement changes to classification, compensation, as well as any interim changes or positions that have been changed or adjusted by City Manager as provided for in the approval section of each of our salary and benefit resolutions. The following are recommended changes to the salary resolutions that I will go through this evening. One of the changes are to retitle several classifications. Due to the addition of the new technology department, the following job titles are proposed for revision. These are not new FTEs, these are simply revised titles. Replacing the Finance and Technology Director with Chief Financial Officer, replacing Assistant Financial Director and Treasurer with Assistant Chief Financial Officer, replacing Chief Information Technology Officer with Chief Technology Officer. In addition, we're recommending 2 new classifications, which again are not new FTEs. These are just new classifications, the Housing Services Manager and also the Utility Billing Manager positions. The deletion of the classification for Safe and Clean Program Manager is also being recommended. The Safe and Clean Program Manager is proposed for deletion and revised to Housing Services Manager, which incorporates the additional duties that the Community Development Department will be taking on with the new position. And it'll be created by deleting a vacant position. The new classification will be provided to enhance the management oversight of the city utility billing functions for the Utility Billing Manager position. We're also recommending pay range regrades for the Emergency Medical Service EMS Director. We've had Dr. Chase serving in this position for many years. He has announced his retirement after a very long time with the city and supporting the county. We have already received word from who will be taking his place that he will be coming into office as of June 25th, 2022. So that's why you'll see the change in the pay range recommended to $175 per hour effective June 25th, 2022 for that particular position. There has not been a change in that salary for 16 years. So this is a needed move for the EMS medical director position. And then we have a couple of more recommendations. These are for the unrepresented groups, specifically employee groups E, M, and C. And there are recommended changes for annual leave cash outs. The executive unit employees for Schedule E, the recommendation is to increase maximum cash out from 80 to 120 hours. Adding the addendum that employees must have used at least 40 hours of vacation or administrative leave. Currently, it lists only vacation. And to add the requirement that employees must have a minimum of 80 hours of accrued vacation leave remaining in his or her bank. That is to be consistent with the other groups M and C. That language was already there and it was not existing in Schedule E. In addition to Schedule E, we're recommending the increased maximum cash out value from 60 to 100 hours for Schedule M, and also giving the caveat that the employees must use 40 hours of vacation or administrative leave to qualify for the cash out. The last change is to confidential unit salary Schedule C, to increase maximum cash out value from 60 to 100 hours of leave time, accrued leave time. The total estimated cost for these recommendations is approximately $77,000. $5,400 is to cover the increase in the Emergency Medical Services Director's salary, and roughly $71,000 is projected to be an estimated cost for the increased cash outs. That'll be contingent upon usage. It's our recommendation that the council adopt the following two recommendations tonight, which is to approve the changes in classifications and also to approve the revised benefits and compensation for unrepresented employees in the salaries E, M, and C groups. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Keys, for the presentation and for the information provided. Let's see, do council members have any questions? Deputy Mayor Schrader, followed by Councilmember Johnson.
The $71,000 in cash outs, so right now it's a liability. So you're just estimating the additional dollar amount that you think is going to be more than, quote, normal or previous years?
Yeah, you're right. So there's currently a liability on the books, but there's no basically cash being accounted coming out of the system for those. So based off of historical usage, those employees in these classifications that historically sell back time, this would be assuming that every single one of them gets the maximum hours that they could add.
Okay, do you have an idea how many employees this will impact, given the kind of the guardrails that you set up?
We can get you the direct number, but because it only includes these small unrepresented groups, the number is substantially lower than the other employee groups. We can get you that number, though.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Schrader. Now we have Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know who best to address this question to, whether it's Ms. Keys or Mr. McIntyre or Mr. Gilly, but it's about deleting the Safe and Clean program manager. I've heard now a couple explanations for what exactly is happening there, and I'm looking for some clarification. We as a council, we've put a lot of emphasis on housing programs. We've been hearing that we'll have somebody coming into community development to oversee the new housing programs. As we all know, the deadline came and went, and our housing element was not approved, or our housing element was not found to be in compliance by the original deadline. We have a lot of work to do, and so we've heard that in community development, we will have somebody coming in at a high level to administer those housing programs. As we delete the classification for Safe and Clean Program Manager, is this new housing program then the replacement?
I'll go ahead and field the question first. The answer is mixed. What we're basically doing is, in the formation of the housing division under community development, they will have a manager, and they're also going to have a senior level analyst. And what we're doing, we're taking the Safe and Clean manager out of the city manager's office. We're eliminating the Safe and Clean manager position. We are, We are then transferring the function from the city manager's office to the housing division. And it made sense to marry the homelessness programs with the housing division because of the similarities in the kinds of work these positions do. Also, in the housing element, which we hope to get certified in our next round of submittals, there is reference in the housing element that talks about the Planning Commission taking responsibility for oversight of a lot of the homelessness issues. So marrying these things together made a lot of sense. Council will be reminded when I joined the city 3.5 years ago, the Safe and Clean Manager was not in my office. It was actually in Parks and Recreation. And it was a relatively newly created position. I know Nancy's out there somewhere. It's a relatively newly created, and I'm going to hear her in a minute. It's a relatively newly created position at the time I joined. One of the things we were doing was very much focused on opening the arch and trying to get the homeless shelter open. And it was something we had not done before. We could not afford to err or fail. And so the whole idea of designing the arch, constructing the arch, and finding a third party to manage the arch was something I knew was important and needed to be near my office. As we're moving forward and sort of graduating to this next level of how we look at, address, and hopefully assist in the homeless community, putting this with housing just made a lot of sense. So it's moving one position out of my office and creating essentially two, but those two positions are going to have a broader function beyond just homeless services, if that makes sense.
Thank you. I guess then my next question would be for Mr. Gilly, if he's here. And that would be the senior level analyst, I believe it would be. Who would they report to? Would they report to this housing program manager?
Yes. So the housing services manager would be the FTE that comes from the city manager's office. There's a new FTE in the budget for a senior analyst. But in addition to that, there's also 3 existing staff members in the group, plus we have another vacancy that we're within the department that we are moving into that group. So it will turn into a team of 6. And so the idea is what used to be basically for the management side of things, not the operational work that both parks and police also do on homelessness, but for the management side of things, there will actually be more resources by bringing this all together.
Thank you. Then I have a second question for you. So the person focusing on homelessness would report to this new program manager. Who would that program manager report to?
So the housing services manager will report to myself as the director of the department. All of the rest of the team will report to that manager.
Thank you. And you mentioned that there will be a team of 6 right now. You have 4. What are those positions currently that will be moved under the new housing manager program supervisor?
Yeah. So currently the housing group is part of the administration. Part of the department. There's 3. There's 2 analysts and a senior planner. And so when all the positions are filled and all put together, there will be a manager, a supervisor, and then 4 analysts or planners.
Thank you, Mayor. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. And now we have Councilmember Brown.
Just one question. The housing program manager, would that be the staff that serves on the Hopes Committee? Or that would staff the Hopes Committee?
That would be the intention, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. And do we have any public communications for this item?
I have not received any public speaker cards.
What was that?
Can I get a card real fast?
Sure. Do we have any emails for this item?
We do not.
Okay.
This one's going to be quick, real fast.
Okay, one speaker, Spencer Noren.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. Just a quick second. I hear about these new FTEs coming up. We have FTEs that aren't fulfilled. 5 of them being police officers, a lot of them being in different departments. Thank you, Mayor, for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Noren. All right, so now we will turn the conversation over to council for council deliberation. Let's see, Councilmember Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. You know, for a couple of weeks, I'd been hearing rumors that we were basically eliminating Safe and Clean. And Mr. McIntyre, I did speak with you, and you assured me that that was not the case. And I spoke with you a second time when we dug down into it. I have to say, it looks to me like we are eliminating Safe and Clean. Taking a position that reports directly to the city manager, and then converting it into a supervisor, a manager who will then oversee a team of 4 or 5 other people with a broad range of very critical, important issues. That they will not be working on Safe and Clean. Who would be working on Safe and Clean then would be a senior level analyst. Councilmember Brown asked about, the HOPES subcommittee. I am now the chair of that. Now, if I want to email our HOPES staff person, Corporal Kaufman, I follow the chain of command, and I email Corporal Kaufman, and I email her supervisor, Alex McIntyre. Under this new system, if I wanted to email the person in charge of homelessness, I really should be emailing them and the the housing program manager and Mr. Gilly and Mr. McIntyre. I'm going to support this overall. I do have real problems with this. That said, tonight we are looking at the budget, and if that is the budget that my colleagues decide to do, then this would make sense. But I would assume that all these things could always be changed. And so with that, like I say, I would support staff's recommendation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. Any additional comments? Councilmember Brown?
I just wanted to ask, along those same vein, what was the original thought process behind a deletion of that position in order to create the housing program manager?
I can speak to the process, Councilmember Brown. What we did was we did a review of the Safe and Clean position as it was currently, and also looked at the anticipated additional duties that it would be performing. We did our own compensation and classification analysis to figure out which classification and pay scale would best represent the additional duties and the functions of this particular position. It was our recommendation of our staff that this would be the appropriate classification and established pay scale to accommodate the additional tasks and duties that would be assigned to this new position, since it would be collaborating between the two. So I think that the term deletion is because of our actual benefits schedule. We didn't delete it as it were and then just create a new position. We just changed where it lived, and we reclassified it to the appropriate position.
You reclassified it so that she'd be compensated for what the work that she'd actually be doing as it increased.
That's correct.
Okay, and so does that mean that the position had to be recruited for, or it's just the same person in that position just being promoted into that new classification? How does that part work?
Yes, it's being recruited, it will be recruited as an independent position. The current person in the role is an interim that is serving in the Safe and Clean capacity solely, not the newly developed position. So this will be an independent recruitment that will have the specifics of this new job spec that has both of those new requirements included in it from the recruitment, from the immediate side of the recruitment.
So the housing program manager would kind of be like the umbrella over, and there'd be another staff member that would be focusing specifically on Safe and Clean, although the housing program manager would still be overseeing it. Is that?
That is correct. That's an
Okay.
accurate description.
So the Safe and Clean program is a whole structure in and of itself with its own, set goals and actions and objectives. Will any of that be lost as a result of this change or move?
Actually, the goal is actually to increase the amount of homeless type work we're doing. There should be no diminution in kind of the functions we're working on, because I think marrying this with some of the housing people is going to make a lot more sense, since one of the goals of the homeless program is housing. And so there's a logical connection there.
Yes.
If for whatever reason, I think to Councilmember Johnson's point earlier, if for whatever reason this doesn't work, our goal is not to kill the homeless program. It's the other way around, is to continue to invest in it in the right place in the organization where it's going to get the right attention.
Yes, and I have to say it. For me, coming from the redevelopment background, redevelopment, economic development, housing, homelessness, they all kind of were married together. And so it does make logical sense to me, but I still just wanted to make sure that the integrity of the program, the Safe and Clean program that was started not too long ago, that it remained strong. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. And now we have Councilmember Friedman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would move approval of staff's recommendations A and B.
Thank you, Councilmember Friedman.
I second, but there's somebody else that wanted to.
Yeah, we have Councilmember Halter, followed by Councilmember Sanchez Palacios.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say that I kind of echo some of the concerns. I wanted to make sure that we're not diluting the efforts of the HOPE Committee. Matter of fact, I think that we're doing just the opposite. I think that the connection with the housing units and creating housing and affordable housing and helping those people that are unhoused, it seems like it could be a natural shift that could have great gain. So I think it's a logical move. And I think now more than ever, we need to be thinking of how we're going to finally solve these issues, these decades-old issues. And so I'm willing to give this a try.
Thank you, Councilmember Halter. And now we have Councilmember Sanchez Palacios.
Yeah, just comments as well in regards to, I think when I first heard and read about this recommendation, it overwhelmed me, because both housing and homelessness are huge, huge issues that, while they do complement each other, I was concerned that perhaps we would be failing at one or the other or both. And so thank you for the clarifications. It sounds like we are committed to continuing the work on both homelessness and housing, and so I appreciate that. So thank you for the clarifications.
Thank you, Councilmember Sanchez Palacios. And now we have Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate having an extra round here. I just wanted to follow up on something, and that was, it's true that we have the arch open, and that's fantastic, and that was a huge job. What we're talking about here is reducing that position. It is a reduction. And I see this at a time when that's probably a mistake. In the last 2 years, our homeless population jumped over about 34% in the city of Ventura. We have Project Room Key, Project Home Key, that is about to end. And there are going to be a lot of people that are going to find themselves on the streets of Ventura this summer. And we don't have much of a plan for that. So I would hope, as we look at the budget, that we consider that. And that would be my final question. I'm sure now we can vote. Again, I'll support this motion with the understanding, too, that I will be bringing some of these things up when we get to the budget. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. And now we have Deputy Mayor Schrader.
Alex, I think I had asked earlier, a couple weeks ago, the city has already begun discussions about creating a plan with the county and other cities about Project Room Key and what we're going to do after, is it June 30 when it ends? June 30, and state funding. Could you kind of...
Sure. Let me just give you a quick update. So I'm meeting with the, I misinformed you earlier this weekend. I'm actually meeting with the county executive next week to talk about particularly Project Room Key coming to an end and what it means to the city. Project Room Key is losing some of its funding and not all of its funding. So I believe we have something like 190 people that are benefiting from the housing in Project Room Key. Something like 50, 60, or 70 of those people may find themselves no longer able to enjoy the benefit of Project Room Key because they don't have individual programs for working on their housing issues. Like I said, I am meeting with the county executive next week to talk about what the county's plan is for this when June 30th hits. One of the concerns from the police department, the fire department, from my current Safe and Clean manager, and a few others, is preparing for that day when that happens, and what does it mean, and how do we, whether it's providing an assist, providing a lift, whatever it might be, because come July 1, we may find ourselves with 50, 60, 70 people looking for a place to go. One of the ideas we're exploring is for those who don't have a housing program or are not working on a housing program, is there an opportunity to return them to their home cities, wherever that might be, whether it's within the county or outside the county. We're exploring all options at this point, but to be honest with you, I have a grave concern about the county's preparedness in being able to deal with this on June 30th. They welcomed 190 homeless people into our community, which was very generous of them, and I think generous of the city to welcome them. We have a problem come June 30th that we need to understand what the plan is. We will be a part of the plan, but the county has to lead the plan.
Thank you, Mr. McIntyre, and thank you, Deputy Mayor Schrader. Now we have Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think this conversation is timely, although, and you can let me know if it's okay, Andy, just to continue in the same vein, although we're talking about salaries. I just want to know if it's okay, Alex, if we could possibly bring this part of the discussion back with the ADU discussion to kind of talk about alternative housing opportunities that potentially could be available in the city to address the issues that we're talking about. And Peter, I had sent out an email. I got an email about a community member who was concerned about issues that can't be resolved because of the 9th District ruling from the federal courts. And so there's only so much we can do. What's going to happen is what happened before we had Project Home Key, when too many people are on the street and they're asking for money and that sort of thing, then people start calling the police more, and then the police are saying, well, we can't do anything because of the 9th District ruling. They're not breaking the law. They're allowed to, sleep or camp in certain areas. And I know this is a difficult discussion to have, but it occurred to me, and Peter, you can answer this question, is it something that can be addressed as far in the general plan for the city as far as land use designations for communities specific to the unhoused? Because I don't think that's a conversation that we've ever had.
So there are programs in the housing element that do focus on this topic. Those programs need to be developed and put together, and that's not going to be done by the end of June.
Right. I understand.
But yes, there will be opportunities to talk about this topic. I don't believe it'll be with the ADU topic that's going to be coming up shortly. Okay. But the topic itself is going to need to be worked through.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. And so going back to the item, we have a motion by Councilmember Friedman. Did we get a second? Second by Councilmember Brown? All right. All right, so we can go ahead and take a vote on that item.
Okay. On item 13A, go ahead and start voting. Okay, 7 ayes and the motion carries.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Keys. Thank you, Mr. Kuhn. All right, so our next item is item 13B, Red Flex Traffic Systems Agreement. And for this item, we have our Assistant Chief, David Dickey, and Commander Matt Kane, and also Chief Schindler.
Good evening again, Council, Madam Mayor. If I might just start off and introduce my staff here. Ventura, by way of summary and in history, Ventura has contracted with Red Flex Traffic Safety Systems for about 20 years now. It's an automated red light enforcement program. As you'll hear in a few minutes from the presentation, the police department feels there are several positive benefits associated with the program. With the current contract expired as of this month, we verbally negotiated a new 5-year contract and are asking for the council's direction in moving forward. This evening's presentation, as you already mentioned, will be led by Assistant Chief David Dickey, Commander Matt Kane, who oversees our traffic division, as well as Sergeant Mike Brown, who supervises the traffic division. And with that, without further ado, I'll hand the presentation off to them.
Thank you, Chief. So it was a little bit of a glitch with my notes, so I'll be reading from my laptop for some notes here, and we'll be forwarding the slides manually from the clerk's desk. So good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council. Thank you for this opportunity to discuss our traffic safety plan for the City of Ventura, and specifically the Red Flex Red Light Program. Next slide, please. So this is just a quick overview of our presentation, what we intend to cover, how the Red Light Photo Program works, myths and misconceptions about the program, locations and an intersection map, why we feel the program is a benefit to the community, a collision reduction summary for the city, and also additional uses and benefits of the system. Next slide, please. So before we talk about the specific Red Flex goals, I'd like to cover the overall goals of the Ventura Police Department's traffic safety efforts. And that is community safety through what we call the 3 E's. That's education, which includes outreach and partnerships in the community and our schools. There's engineering, in which we work with traffic engineering here in the city of Ventura. And then there's also enforcement, which includes our traffic unit, also known as our motors, patrol, and use of technology to increase efficiencies. These efforts tie into our department's strategic plan under the Safe Neighborhoods section, where our goal is to reduce fatal and injury traffic collisions here in our community. Our strategies include enforcement at high collision rate intersections in collaboration, again, with traffic engineering to enhance traffic safety for our citizens and our community. Our enforcement efforts then include Red Flex, and these 3 goals of Red Flex, which include reducing collisions, will show that studies indicate that right angle, or what we call broadside collisions, are the most dangerous for our community, and they result in the most severe injuries, and most of those are caused by red light violations. There's deterrence, as we'll later address. Independent studies show that when drivers know that there are consequences, they will not run red lights, and collisions are in fact reduced. And then lastly, which is increased safety. A reduction in our most dangerous collisions, as we talked about, which are the broadside collisions, result in safer roadways for our city. And the use of the Red Flex system presents less risk to the public and to our officers during the enforcement efforts related to red light violations. Next slide, please. So bear with me as I set this up, but this is Mills and Main in the city of Ventura. This is captured footage from the Red Flex system. Now, please keep in mind prior to watching this, can we stop that, please? Please keep in mind that most red light violations captured by the system are about 3 to 4 tenths of a second in length. So citations for our program are not approved until 2 tenths of a second. Anything under 2 tenths of a second receives a courtesy notice, and that's basically a warning. And that serves as, again, our education component of traffic safety for the city. Now, in this particular video, please watch what we would call the number 2 left turn lane, which is basically the center lane on the screen. take a look for the silver Honda Civic, and keep in mind that this violation is about 2 to 3/10 of a second, and if you'll notice in the intersection some of the what we would call chaos in the traffic that it causes. Go ahead and play the video, please. So if you'll notice the traffic now coming on Main Street, and there's an angry driver there. Okay, next slide, please. So this video is also from our reflex system, and it occurred at the intersection of North Bank and Johnson. So in the past, we have shown some of the more severe injury collisions captured by the system, and we've received some criticism for that. So in this case here, we've opted instead to show you what we would call a more typical red light collision. This video captures a lower speed broadside collision where the violation was probably about 3+ seconds in length, which is pretty substantial. So if you'll notice, the red light is already turned red on this cycle, and this is a pretty self-explanatory video. Go ahead and play the video, please. So fortunately, the driver was able to see what was happening, and they were able to slow rapidly. So this is what we would call a minor injury collision. There were some injuries from this, but they were relatively minor. Obviously, could have been much worse at a higher speed. Next slide, please. So how violations are screened and processed. So a potential red light violation is captured by the system. Potential violations are reviewed by Redflex in a 2-layered review process based on this Ventura-specific standards, which include potential violations are rejected if they are not mailed within 11 days of the violation occurring. Violations are rejected for obvious mitigating events such as officer-controlled intersections, parades, and processions, things of that nature. The city requires an independent warning period for all new approaches, and that's specified within the vehicle code as well. We have not had one of those in over a decade now. And if the police department cannot locate complete driver information, the citation is rejected. Screened incidents are sent to the Ventura Police Department, where they are again vetted and reviewed by a criminal investigative tech under the supervision of a traffic corporal and a traffic sergeant. If the evidence supports that a red light violation occurred, a citation is issued and sent to the driver. And at this point, it's key to remember that all citations at this point, like any other citations, can be challenged in traffic court, or fines can be paid through the Ventura County courts. So due process does exist for these. Next slide, please. Another question that we get asked on a regular basis is, do all drivers receive a citation? The simple answer is no. Not all drivers receive a citation. In cases where the driver cannot be identified due to sun glare, masks, or other facial obstructions, a courtesy notice, again a warning, is sent to the registered owner. This notifies the owner that their vehicle was involved in a red light violation. In these cases, if the registered owner does not identify who the driver was, the citation is not issued. Next slide, please. So we're going to spend a little bit of time on this slide. This has to do with myths and facts related to the Redflex system. So these are the 4 common myths that we hear and the facts that are associated with them. The first one is that a private company issues red light citations, and the fact is that only the Ventura Police Department can issue a red light violation citation. The Redflex system only captures the speed of a potential violator for time and position analysis to show that the driver could and should have stopped for the red light. The data is then sent to the Ventura Police Department. These incidents are reviewed thoroughly by a criminal investigative tech or an officer to determine if an actual violation occurred. Please keep in mind that sometimes people will stop abruptly, causing the camera to flash, and then back up and not cross into the intersection. In these cases, citations are not issued because a violation did not occur. Myth number 2 is extending the yellow phase will prevent red light violations. And the fact is, in the city of Ventura, a yellow light all yellow light timing at Redflex intersections exceed or meet industry standards. Regarding the yellow light timing phasing, each intersection monitored by Redflex meets or exceeds the industry standards. This provides a greater opportunity for motorists to successfully stop during the yellow phase and not commit a red light violation. Myth number 3 is that photo-enforced intersections do not reduce collisions. And the fact is, from 2000 to 2021, there's been a 62% reduction in citywide red light collisions. In an apples-to-apples comparison, which is what we heard at the last council meeting, people on council at that point wanted, and the community wanted to know, we went back and dove into all the data that we could get our hands on, and were able to substantiate that, in fact, the city of Ventura data proves that there has been a significant reduction in collisions throughout the city due to the presence of the Redflex camera system. And the myth number 4, which is that photo enforcement is just a revenue generator. And the fact is, as stated, the goal of the photo enforcement system is to reduce collisions. Our community safety through the reduction of red light collisions is paramount to us. It represents the most dangerous type of collisions here in the city of Ventura, and this system serves as deterrence. Some key things to keep in mind is that the State of California Judicial Council sets all fines. The city of Ventura nor the county control any portion of that. A standard red light violation carries a fine of about $490, and again, that's set by the State of California Judicial Council. Only about 1/3 or 33% of the fine amount is allocated to the issuing authority, and in our case, that's the city of Ventura. The remaining 67% is allocated to various other entities, including the state, the county, and the courts. It has become very common, and this is something that most folks don't know, but it's very common here in the city, the county of Ventura, for the traffic judges to reduce the fine amounts well below the $490 base fine. This practice coincided with the move away from an adversarial court system to one of mediation. That occurred in the last several years. In exchange for a guilty plea to a lesser but similar vehicle code section, the traffic court judge will substantially reduce the fine amount. A key point to that is that in the cases where these reductions occur, the reduction is actually taken from the city of Ventura's fine allocation. All other allocations to the state, the county, and the courts remain unchanged. Next slide, please. So I don't like to put a lot of words on slides, but unfortunately, to make this one make sense, I had to. So these are some key findings from some independent studies regarding photo red systems such as Redflex. So the efficacy of the red light camera system has been proven time and time again by independent study and analysis. This slide again is a snapshot of some of the recent studies from the Congressional Research Service, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, the Journal of Safety Research, and the Journal of Traffic Prevention, Injury Prevention. And there's obviously many more that wouldn't fit on this slide. They all show through data collection and research the positive impacts on community safety and the efficacy of red light camera system. These include the reduction in red light violations, increased community safety through a reduction in right angle and broadside collisions, increased safety to the public and to officers related to the inherent dangers associated with traffic enforcement on red light violations. And it's important to note that the city of Ventura has experienced all of these benefits, but most importantly, it shows a substantial reduction in the number of red light caused collisions, and that increases our community safety. Next slide, please. So this is a broad overview of our current Redflex system. It has 18 cameras at 17 intersections. It's located throughout the city of Ventura. These locations were originally chosen and remain based on high traffic volume and accompanying collision data for the intersections and the surrounding areas. It's important to note that none of these systems are west of California Street, and none of them are east of Johnson Drive. The cameras are mainly found on our highest traffic volume roadways, such as Victoria Avenue, Main Street, Thompson Boulevard, and Telegraph Road. The cameras and the accompanying signage serve as a high visibility deterrent, which is again one of the goals of the system, as they notify all drivers who enter our city through these main thoroughfares and roadways of the photo red light program. Also keep in mind that each camera has a live feed capability that does store video for up to 30 days, but this information can only be retrieved as needed for investigation and with oversight from police supervisors. Next slide, please. we'll spend a little bit of time here, but this is a collision reduction summary dating back to 1998 and runs through 2021. The red is pre-red flex, and the blue represented on the graph is with red flex. So just a brief history on red flex within Ventura. 2001 was the start of the red flex system with 12 cameras. Because the data showed a substantial reduction in the number of red light violations and collisions. In 2002, the city opted to add 4 additional cameras, and then again 1 additional camera in 2004 and 2007 respectively. Please keep in mind that this graph represents all signal-controlled intersections within the city. So from 1998 to 2001, there shows a consistency of red light caused collisions within the city where we averaged 128 collisions per year. From 2002 to 2005, data on the graph shows the actual efficacy of the red light and red flex system. It helped decrease collisions at signal-controlled intersections throughout the city. And please keep in mind that during this time, there was no other significant engineering or enforcement strategies employed by the city to address red light violations. In fact, dating back to the 1990s, we saw a reduction in the number of traffic-specific and motor units as compared to previous years, meaning there was less traffic enforcement capacity from the police department during this time frame. From 2019 through 2021, we had an annual average of 45 collisions. This number did reflect a reduced traffic volume due to the pandemic. So if you look at 2016 through 2018, which were all pre-pandemic with normal traffic volume, we only had an average annual collision of 62 per year. These reduced collision averages continue to prove the effectiveness of our Red Flex program. All post-Red Flex years show significant improvement over pre-Red Flex annual collision averages, even though the traffic volume within the city is higher now than it was in 1998 through 2001. Next slide, please. So once you take a look at this chart, this is a 5-year chart that shows the Red Flex revenue and some expenditures. This chart shows pre- and post-pandemic and other impacts on traffic volume in the city and thus on overall revenue. With higher costs and revenues in the pre-pandemic years as compared to during the pandemic where costs and revenues decreased. That's just a reflection of the traffic volume and the reduction of people driving on the city streets. Next slide, please. So we did earlier reference additional uses and benefits of the system. One of those is our major crimes unit. A number of personal and property crime suspects have been identified and ultimately arrested by use of the Red Flex system. Had the resource not been in place, responsive community service and successful prosecution and, importantly, victim restitution could not have occurred. An example of this in recent years was a 2021 kidnapping where the case was actually solved by our Red Flex camera system for us. This system only submits data to the Ventura Police Department when a red light violation occurs, and that's something to remember, and it's a key point. The system can be used as an investigative resource by our detectives to assist in criminal investigations, but that process requires a manual pull of data under the supervision of police department sergeants and in many cases commanders. The next area of use and benefit is the traffic investigations. Numerous injury, felony, hit and run suspect vehicles have been identified using the Red Flex system. The system aided in showing crucial evidence in those cases related to the traffic route taken by the fleeing suspects, and also provided pre and post video and footage of the vehicles involved. A good example of this recently was the fatal hit and run that we had on Harbor in San Juan in 2022, where we were able to identify the vehicle involved in the collision based on the Red Flex system. Another benefit is traffic engineering. The Red Flex system is utilized to determine if roadway design or traffic flow issues exist, and this aspect of the system can aid in the reduction of city liability in the event of a collision occurring. And lastly is community outreach. Several of the violations that we have captured in this system result in what we call near misses or almost collisions. These are often posted to the police department's social media sites, and these these resources educate the community on safe driving habits. This form of outreach is invaluable for us, and it promotes one of the pillars of our traffic safety commitment, which is, again, education. In fact, these postings typically receive the highest engagement across all of the Ventura Police Department social media sites. Next slide, please. So the current negotiations for the red flags are ongoing. We have agreed in principle at this point on a few key areas. One is to increase the term of the contract from 2 to 5 years, and this provides a consistent longer-term approach to collision reduction and community safety within the city. The cost neutrality clause that led to some of the debt accumulation during the pandemic is being removed. All outstanding city debt from past contracts is in fact eliminated. All 18 cameras remain active, providing the same effective number of cameras that's led to the lower collision averages for the community. And lastly, Red Flex or Ventura PD or the city can cancel the contract with a minimum of 3 months' notice, but we may work to increase that length out to 180 days. So that concludes our initial presentation. We would be happy to add any clarification or answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dickey, for the presentation. And now we will take council questions. We have Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say that was a very convincing presentation. I appreciate the time and the research that went in it to answer many of the questions that the previous council had the last time it was brought before us. My question is just, is it true? I had heard sometimes that in that first video when you saw that vehicle following behind the trail of like 3 other vehicles, that somehow because they're along a line or a trail of other vehicles that they don't get cited. Do they still get cited even though they're at the end of a group of cars that just went through the yellow?
I would defer to Sergeant Brown. He's most familiar with the system. My initial answer, and I know this is yes, but he could probably explain it much better than I can.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown, for that question. Yes, somebody that is in the long line, if they do run the red light or behind the limit line when the light turns red, yes, they do receive a citation.
Thank you. That's the only question I have. I just want to say, Chief, thank you for introducing more of your staff to the council and allowing us opportunity to meet some more of your staff because, you know, in the past, the chief made almost all the presentations, not you. So I appreciate the opportunity to meet more of the staff. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. And now we have Deputy Mayor Schrader.
Nice presentation. Have you given any thought to expansion going beyond 18?
We have in the past. One of the difficulties that we've encountered, and feel free, Sergeant Brown, to speak up here, but in past contracts, we've looked at moving some of our current locations or adding locations. One of the challenges we run into is our higher volume, higher collision intersections are actually Caltrans intersections, and those are controlled by Caltrans. So while the city has been eager to reduce collisions in that area and maybe introduce the cameras, the problem has been working through a lot of the hoops that are set up, so to speak, from Caltrans. It's made it almost impossible to get those new intersections approved in the last 3 or 4 years.
So Caltrans has the authority to prevent us from putting up cameras.
They would say they don't prevent us. They would say that they want us to do certain things that are on the engineering side that are extremely difficult, if not impossible, to accomplish within, a reasonable period of time.
Okay, the intersection. I remember in the past we had problems with Harbor, and it's the C word. It's Monmouth, I think, but it's the C word. We've had problems there. Is that Caltrans oriented? Probably so, because it's the off-ramp, right?
Yes, I'll defer to Sergeant Brown on that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for that question. Yes, that is a very problematic intersection, and per capita of a vehicle million miles traveled, there is a high concentration of collisions at that intersection, and it was definitely one of the intersections that we were interested in trying to expand that program. But with the Caltrans, we have to get encroachment permits. We have to get certain permits from Caltrans, which, like the Assistant Chief Dickey said, it's very detailed and costly. But that was absolutely one of the intersections we looked at. And since that time, have actually changed the signal phasing, working with traffic and engineering, looking at the data to try to discover that a lot of those were approach turns. So we changed the signals with traffic and engineering to see if we could help curb that without having the photo enforcement there.
So not Regflex cameras, but other cameras, we have about how many in the city?
Are you talking about the safety cameras that are throughout the city?
Yes.
Oh, geez. I would say we're in excess of 150 of those that we have access to, not all city cameras, but that tie into our system.
Are any of those near or so you could see behavior in intersections? Or are they so I'll give you an example. So I think there's a camera down at the end of Seaward down by the beach.
So those would allow you to monitor
Right.
the camera for an intersection. You could absolutely do that. The ability to do that, though, would require a lot of human resources.
Yeah.
And that's not something that the police department staff to do. So we can absolutely look at intersections and we can try to use them to gauge traffic flow, but that's not something that we traditionally do.
Nice work. The data and presentation are convincing.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Schrader. And now we have Councilmember Halter.
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor. Excellent presentation, very thorough. And a couple questions is, do you monitor rear-end collisions at those intersections that have cameras? Because that's been one of the concerns that I know a lot of residents have, is they say, oh my gosh, it's a camera there and it's yellow light, they slam the brakes on. Do we have any record of what number that is? Recognizing that rear-end collisions are not nearly as dangerous as being T-boned.
So I'll start with that and I'll let Sergeant Brown follow up. So the easy answer to that is the city of Ventura, the data is inconclusive at best regarding an increase in the number of rear-end collisions. Studies are also inconclusive. We searched NHTSA and many other reputable sites, and some studies show that there was a slight increase in certain municipalities, and other studies showed that there was in fact a decrease in rear-end collisions. So at this point, it's inconclusive. Mike, do you have anything to add on that?
Thank you, Councilmember Halter, for that. Yes, so when you're dealing with collisions, we want to try to prevent the worst collisions possible. Like the Assistant Chief said, sometimes the data can be inconclusive depending on the survey that was conducted, but we want to reduce the absolute worst of the two.
Okay, great, thank you for that. The ones that surprised me that's not on here would be, I think Wells would be considered a Caltrans issue probably, because that's 118.
Yes, that was one of the intersections that we studied about 4 years ago, and we ran into a lot of roadblocks, so we're unable to complete that intersection.
And the other area, it would be Telephone, like Telephone and Kimball in that area. Have you seen many issues in that intersection?
I'll defer to you on that, Mike.
It's a pretty busy intersection.
It is a pretty busy intersection, and thank you, Council Member. In regards of the data, the main thoroughfares generally are higher in collisions, but collisions in that particular area weren't enough to trigger any red flags for us to look at that specific intersection.
Are there any intersections that's on your radar right now where it could be, where we're seeing an increase severity in accidents and number?
Yes, and in fact, Victoria and Ralston is one of those intersections where we are seeing a higher number of collisions, but it's not exactly attributed to red light collisions. So that prompted to work with traffic and engineering to conduct a study to find out, is roadway design a factor in this, to go look at something like that. So that's absolutely one. Harbor and Monmouth was another one, because statistically there was a lot of collisions per capita in that general area. Victoria and the 101 off-ramp or on-ramp was another consideration, and Wells Road. Those were kind of the areas that we were looking at.
And then my last question is, in this one, I kind of have mixed emotions about asking, but it's in something that came up with my mother before she passed away, is the severity, just because you're older on a fixed income doesn't mean that the severity of the accident will be any less. But a lot of people that are on fixed incomes, the dollar amount is significantly more damaging to them and their quality of life. So I guess, has there been any consideration to allowing people on fixed incomes, especially senior citizens, to have maybe a more modest rate?
In regards to the fines, we don't set the fines.
Oh, I see.
In every case that if somebody does set the court case for trial, we do work with the individuals to go over the facts and try to help them with the courts through the mediation process to help them reduce that fine. And also the courts do offer a payment plan that could even be $5 a month, I've heard in other cases. But we work with anybody that we go to court with to try to see and give them the best benefit for them.
Excellent. Great. Well, thank you.
Councilmember Halter, if I could add to that as well. So we talked about the change in the traffic court system where the judges are allowing people to plead to a lesser charge. It has a substantially reduced fine, most times cut more than half. In addition to that, I believe, and I heard this last week, is that the Judicial Council is actually reviewing this fine amount actively now because many people do feel it's too punitive, and that's something that they're looking into at this point as well.
Excellent. Great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Halter. And now we have Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. You mentioned something about, you trying to get the picture, then it's going to be reviewed by somebody in the department. It can be difficult sometimes to make sure you know who it is, in which case it's just a warning, and you mentioned a mask. I assume you don't mean a Halloween mask, but maybe an N95 mask and some sunglasses and a hoodie.
Those are absolutely things that we've encountered over the last couple years. And we have seen some Halloween masks as well.
Well, that's good to know. Thank you. And thank you for the great presentation.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. If there are no additional questions at the moment from council, then we will go ahead and take any public communications.
Okay, Madam Mayor, we do have 2 speaker cards. We did also receive several emails, and the supplemental packet was posted this afternoon. Our first speaker is Spencer Nord, followed by George Amendola.
Good evening, Mayor. I wanted to say that I'm in full support of VPD's recommendation, and I cede the rest of my time to George Amendola, a great resident of City of Ventura.
Thank you, Mr. Noren.
Hi, good evening. I just want to state that I am in support of policing. I am in support of policing have adequate budget to protect not only themselves but our residents. However, I am not in support of Red Flex. I have never been in support of Red Flex. The company Red Flex has been invading my privacy since it was put in. Now, I have, thankfully, with the passage of the California Consumer Privacy Act, the California Privacy Rights Act, some protections. I have a slide presentation, and my intent was to review the almost 3 hours of discussion over 2 years ago with the prior council. Next slide, please. You can see who was in attendance then. Next slide, please. You can also see that there was a vote. 3 of you are on council currently. The other 4 are not. Next slide, please. You can see the recommendations from the prior council. I would encourage you to look at A, B, and C. C is on the next slide. Basically, I view the acquisition of Red Flex by Vera Mobility as a special purpose acquisition corporation. Their intent is to monetize data they collect from the city of Ventura. Think Cambridge Analytica. Think Google, having access to all of the data, the coming and going of every resident, every visitor within the city of Ventura. They're going to monetize the shit out of that data, and at the expense of our residents and visitors. And me as a private individual will have no right or recourse on their ability to do that. It's fostered by the city of Ventura with an approval and extension of a 5-year agreement without an RFP, without a deep discussion on this. I really do object to this, and I encourage you to just get a strong legal opinion prior to entering into a 5-year agreement. I believe there's a lot of changes coming down the pipe with Internet of Things and broadband. I think this discussion also parallels to the broadband discussion, the implementation of cameras, and also potential uses of ARPA funding, any federal funding with the IoT or broadband discussion. Caltrans is laying fiber optics and putting cameras on the highways in order to foster autonomous vehicles. The streetlights, the poles of the streetlights come into this discussion as well. Monetization exists potentially for the city to replace Redflex, the revenue stream for Redflex to support the police. I think there needs to be more creativity from staff and council when viewing this. I don't think it is adequately discussed in any meaningful way, possibly because people just are unaware. The California Consumer Privacy Rights Act is not very well publicized, whereas the European Union General Data Protection Regulation has been very well publicized. However, there's really been no court challenges here in California. I expect those will be forthcoming. The city of Ventura may perhaps be enjoined in some kind of civil action, creating liability for the city, for the residents of the city, and potentially be at risk for a greater amount of money, more than the city collects in revenue, which is contributed to the general fund for policing. These things are not being discussed this evening. I encourage council to take a look at this prior to approving any 5-year agreement, and especially without a public RFP process. Vero Mobility has at least 10, in a Google search, at least 10 competitors that are disclosed in a casual Google search for Vero Mobility competitors. I can think of at least 10 more that would probably want to participate in a public RFP process. Again, I don't object to adequately providing camera service for public safety, for policing. I do publicly object to making a short-sighted decision without having all the information. Redflex is expired, maybe a month-to-month agreement. The intent from the prior councils was to sunset Redflex. That was expressly stated by prior public councils with deep discussion and recommendations. Also, you may remember Councilmember Nasarenko, he had strong opinions about this and strong recommendations. And I'm going to play the audio from that so you can hear that.
Can we just once again go over what the original motion is and the wording of it?
Internet, you want me to take a stab at it? Sure. Okay. We're going to accept staff's recommendation as outlined in the staff report. We're going to direct staff that is the strong preference of the council that Redflex, should any RFP be issued in 2 years' time, not be awarded. We're also instructing staff that prior to any RFP, with all deliberate speed, that is prior to 2022, a comprehensive and thorough collision analysis and data information session be undertaken by an external source. Does that help, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you very much. Appreciate you listening with open ears to my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amendola.
And that concludes our public comment.
Thank you. And so we will now turn the conversation back to council for deliberation. We have Councilmember Brown, followed by Councilmember Friedman.
So I want to first state that, I support us continuing with Red Flex for a couple of reasons, and I'll get into that later. However, I did want to ask Alex, when we voted on the last time and we gave those directions, and it was voted on, I just assumed that we were bringing this was being brought back to us because an RFP had been done.
We did not do an RFP for the Red Flex system this time. This is just a renewal that we're bringing back.
And may I ask why we chose not to do that?
Chief, do you have or either Andy or Darren, do you know why we chose not to pursue a RFP at this time?
I can address that partially. We've had Red Flex in the city for 20 years. As was mentioned earlier, we do have 17 intersections with a lot of cameras. Typically, when you do an RFP, you do it because you're trying to identify a vendor that fits your needs. In this case, Red Flex actually fits our needs very well. They perform very well in those 20 years. We don't have a need to change the technology. The technology has increased from still photos to high-definition videos now. Everything that we've experienced with Red Flex has been in a positive manner. Because of that, it would be mostly a cost issue if we were to say, okay, let's take the cameras out, and if we picked another vendor for another reason, for example, we would have to redo all of the intersections and start all over from scratch. So because of that, we typically do what's called a sole source. We identified a vendor 20 years ago that fit our needs. They still fit our needs today. Nothing's changed. The technology's enhanced, and they've done that themselves, and we don't have any issues. It'd be like bringing a new person in to oversee a division of the police department when I have somebody doing a really good job at it right now. I don't need to bring somebody in to do it differently.
I appreciate your response. So I thank you for that clarification. I think it is I think it makes sense from a structural perspective what you're saying. Just my background in redevelopment and public projects and RFPs, the primary reason for calling out for an RFP is for a fair bidding process and to allow competitiveness with government resources. And so that's essentially, I think, where I was going with that.
Oh.
I'm not questioning why you came to the decision that you came to. But it is a little problematic to me that we actually voted on what we wanted to happen at the previous council, which I appreciate being reminded. I had forgot about that portion, I'm sad to say. The part about just, us trying to put out the RFP and trying to sunset Red Flex themselves as a company, not because they're terrible or they're not servicing our needs. I truly believe that if they're the best reasonable bidder, that they would be reissued the contract anyway. I just wanted to make sure that we were doing our due diligence with public contracts. So that's more where I was going with that. I don't know what else to say. Do you have anything else to add, Alex, to that?
No, and I'm excuse me. I'm confirming right now whether or not it was indeed a part of the recommendation by the council at the time.
I think it was, and I totally forgot about that part of the recommendation.
I'm just confirming that right now because I actually don't recall it being a part of the recommendation as opposed to council comments. So what
Gotcha.
District Attorney Nazarenko may have said may have been true, like a comment from him, but I don't know if it was captured in the actual recommendation by the council, and I'm digging for that right now to find out.
And if it is in fact in there as part of the motion, then what?
Council still has the choice as to whether or not to accept the recommendation as staff has made it tonight. Keep in mind, Red Flex will go away then in when?
We got an extension for, I believe, a couple months.
Right.
Yes, we have about 60 days left on the current extension.
And then the last question I was going to ask is, say if we did go out to an RFP, could we extend out Red Flex again until the RFP process is complete?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear the question.
If we were required to go to, or if we decided to go to RFP, couldn't we extend Red Flex contract until the RFP process is complete?
That would be a council decision, yes.
Okay, sure. And would not the company themselves take on the cost of replacing the cameras, although Red Flex currently has cameras installed?
Are you speaking of a new company, if a new company were to decide?
Right, if a new company were to come in that was, say, we put out an RFP, Red Flex lost it, another company got it.
Yeah.
We wouldn't, the city, be responsible for installing and doing all that, correct?
That would be negotiable. I do know from history 20 years ago, I happened to work in the traffic division shortly after that.
Sure.
Many of the capital costs that were borne by Red Flex when they installed the systems, that was taken into account with the first contracts. So that will affect the contracts as far as the rates and who gets what.
Gotcha. The last thing I wanted to say was just I appreciate the presentation, and I just wanted to say thank you to all of you. And when the city's most valuable resource, in my opinion, is your men in the force, the VPD. It's you, it's the officers. And the most compelling statement that you made in your presentation was that the cameras decrease the risk of loss of life for both the drivers and for the officers. And to me, for that, that's reason alone to have the cameras. But this caveat about whether or not we should have RFP to allow other people to have the opportunity, or other companies, is something that I'd like to see explored. Have you had time to get a response for that yet, Alex?
Not yet. We're working on it.
So that's all I have for now.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. Now we have Councilmember Friedman, followed by Councilmember Halter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just because a council member voted one way 3 years ago doesn't mean they can't vote a different way now. I firmly believe that, and a good example of that was our cannabis vote. When the three of us were on the council then, we were not, Councilmember Brown and myself were not excited about the artificial 1,000-foot barrier as opposed to the 600-foot barrier that we were advocating for, which was the state standard. But we went along with the council, and that's exactly what happened in 2019. I know that Mr. Nazarenko was very adamant at the time. I went along with it, knowing it was going to come back and we were going to deal with it at a later date. Councils change and things change. And when the cannabis came back with the addition of Councilmember Halter and Deputy Mayor Schrader, I voted differently. I voted for the 600-foot as opposed to the 1,000. So we certainly can do that. And to me, and I feel particularly old tonight because 21 years ago, I was sitting where Councilmember Sanchez Palacios is sitting and voted in favor of Red Flex back in 2001 when it was first initiated. And at the time, we were told it will provide public safety. It will potentially save lives and lessen the severity of accidents. But we didn't have the data that we have now. And 3 years ago, we asked for that information. And thank you so much. You provided a great presentation tonight showing exactly what we asked for, which was some data, which was additional data. I remember living with this back in 2001 when they first went in, and it was kind of strange. You're driving around and all of a sudden there's a camera there, and you're much more cautious. And I believe 21 years later, our resident drivers they've changed their habits. I drive around all the time, and I'm watching the cars in front of me, and I see people who are approaching a yellow light, and more times than not, they're actually slowing down as opposed to speeding up. And I know those are residents here because they've been trained to not want to pay the $497 ticket or whatever the number was. But more than anything, and I've said this time and time again and have been saying it since 1995, our number one responsibility as council members is to provide public safety, is to keep our residents safe. And what you showed us here tonight showed us it is working. It's not about the money, although if some revenues come off and we benefit from that, great. But it's first and foremost about public safety. And I believe, and I'm going to take the recommendation of staff. I don't see that it's necessary that we go to start doing requests for proposals for other companies. If our police staff, who deals with this every day and who has been living this for as long as it has been when it was first initiated, that I'm going to take their word for it, like I took their word for it back in 2001 when they said it's going to help and provide public safety. That is absolutely shown to be true. And to me, I just think a safer community, as dangerous as our streets can be at times, if this will help, then I'm very much in favor of that. And I'm not at all compelled with a vote that I may have made in the past. There are times when I vote with the majority and I'm not in favor of it, but I don't need to show my cards at that time, and I don't need to stand on a soapbox. I go with, if you know there's 4 votes already, you can take a stand one way, and there are times when it's appropriate to just go with the majority. And that's exactly what I did in 2019, and that's exactly what I did in 2019 on the cannabis, and I changed my vote when the cannabis came forward, and I'm changing my vote tonight. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Friedman. Now we have Councilmember Halter, followed by Councilmember Johnson.
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of things is that it's absolutely amazing the type of tools that are coming forward. Just when you think, as people have said over the last 100 years, just when you think everything that's can be invented, it's been invented, we hit new heights and the opportunities increase exponentially. And the watch out with that, whether that be social media, whether that be cameras, is protecting people's right to privacy. And whether or not I don't know if we know if any of the information gathered at those intersections are being sold or not, or are they only specifically used for us?
I can speak directly to that. No information is sold by, obviously, the city of Ventura or Redflex. It's prohibited within our contract with them.
Excellent. Because, there's a lot of talk these days about personal rights, and whether it's regarding some of the things I just named, like social media, or whether it's cameras. I believe that for me, just like the cannabis vote, I would say, was not about money at all. To me, it was really about creating a safer environment. When it comes to this, I rather see our officers helping to prevent crimes and not sitting at intersections waiting for somebody to blow through it. And so I like what I'm hearing. I used to sell computers. A lot of people didn't know that, but part of my past life was selling computers for Unisys Corporation. And I can't tell you, I would say 90% of our sales were proprietary. It's because of what it would take to transfer from one company to the next. If they have Unisys, then we probably will retain them as a company, unless another company like IBM or DEC or whoever was around at that time would offer a free conversion, to their system. So I'm used to that sort of thing and I sold to government back then. So that part, the RFP doesn't bother me quite as much, because I see a certain amount of proprietariness and costs associated with changing out the cameras. And again, to me, it's about safety. When it came to cannabis, I'll say that it was really about most of my life seeing people partake in different illicit drug activities and trying to get at least give, for those who do partake, give them an opportunity to do so in a much more safe and predictable way. So getting illegal drugs, and we hadn't quite accomplished that yet when it comes to cannabis, as I just saw in the newspapers, But since you mentioned that, I just feel the need to say that that's really was my greater intent, was to get rid of the illegal and dangerous drug activities that's happening under the table. All that said, I like what I'm hearing here with the cameras. The results are astounding, and I think the more we could use technology to make sure that we're a safer community and that we are working together to make it the best community, and remembering and always balancing the fact that we have rights, inalienable rights, that we want to protect and we want to make sure we're not taking away. But that has to be balanced with obligations that we have living inside a civil society. And I think we have to talk just as much about obligations as a citizen of civilized society as we talk about rights. So I would be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Halter. And now we have Councilmember Johnson, followed by Councilmember Sanchez Palacios.
Thank you. I know I certainly have changed my driving habits because I got one of these bloody things. And you know, when I got it, I was furious, and I went online and I looked at the video, and I deserved that ticket. And I am a better driver for that. Plus, you know, now, you know, if you've got your Google Maps, you cannot drive more than a few miles in Ventura without it warning you that there's a traffic light ahead, a camera light ahead. So I am not surprised. I have used the UC Berkeley TIMS database myself to look at these things. Just so that everybody knows, the state does require all of this data be captured on all accidents, you know, exactly where it happened, what direction everybody was going, what violations there were, and that is all just a massive database. So it's not that somebody is going through old file cabinets and pulling out index cards. This is rock solid data. I do take Mr. Gamble, Ian Gamble sent in an email, and Mr. Amendola's points about privacy. I will share that I did not really have a cell phone until I got on city council. I don't really like using it. One of the things that bothers me is I know that if I'm driving around with Waze, it's telling me where to go, and it's also keeping track of everywhere I've been. And that's a problem. I do feel comfortable with going forward with this because if they were to start selling our residents' data, that would be a violation of their contract, and we would not need 180 days to get out of it at that point. And I feel comfortable with that. I think it's very important to say that this is not about revenue. I think sometimes one of the drawbacks of this program is that it does provide revenue. It has to be the sort of program I think that we would go with even if it cost money. And I think in some ways it's similar to the parking meters in that respect. A city cannot be in the position of implementing something like this and have the faith in the community if the community thinks that they're doing it for the revenue. I really appreciated hearing from Councilmember Brown about the RFP process. We have to be scrupulous with our RFP process. On this one, it is a renewal, and I certainly know that we as a council have been asked several times whether we would want to look at renewing this contract, and treating it as a renewal, I think, is appropriate in that case. And then finally, you know, we in the state of California need to move to a model where we have fewer armed police doing traffic stops. We just do. They go sideways. Anybody who's done a ride-along and has been there with the traffic stop knows that you will be instructed on how to sit, where to be, in case the person in the car starts shooting at the police car. And we have also seen people, victims of police brutality after a traffic stop. And these things are avoidable. I look forward to the day in California where we have a system, and some people are going to hate this, where instead of having police officers write all the speeding tickets, that we've got speeding cameras. And then it's simple. How fast were you going? Was that you in the car? That's the ticket. It would, in the long run, be safer for so many people. And so with that, I will be supporting the motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. And now we have Councilmember Sanchez Palacios, followed by Councilmember Brown, followed by Councilmember Friedman.
Thank you. Yes, I agree with a lot of what my colleagues have already said, and certainly for me, I see this as a renewal. So while I understand the process of the RFP, I do understand where the chief is coming from and where staff is coming from, in that we are already working with something that's working for us, and so I don't see a need to have to take it out to an RFP, though years back it might have indicated that way. And so for me, I am fine moving forward with this, and I know that there's different comments, but I'd like to make a motion to move staff's recommendation.
Second.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Sanchez Palacios. So we have a motion and a second, and we have Councilmember Brown, followed by Councilmember Friedman. Oh.
I just wanted to give Alex opportunity to respond.
I have an answer. Sorry,
Yay.
it took a while. As it turns out, the council indeed did direct staff to do an RFP prior to bringing a red flex process back. It was an amended motion that, as Councilmember then Nazarenko had directed. And conferring with the city attorney, in my interpretation, what he just said, and I'll let him speak freely about this, the council can still choose to waive all that and take it in a direction that you want to go. And using the term renewal is probably a good, safe term. I will apologize that we did not pick up on this detail. I will remind the council last year when we were doing the budget conversation, that's where this thing triggered. It came up as a, hey, what about red flex? Did it work? And I think we went down a path of hearing the council saying, go back and further explore, see if it's something worthy of bringing back as a tool. And unfortunately, I think we failed to go back to the 2020 motion to find out about an RFP. So that's bad on my part, so I apologize.
Well, I thank you for taking the time to look that up. Again, I'm not saying I'm not supporting the motion, but I just feel I think it's, I appreciate the fact that you apologize, Alex. I was just going to say that it's a slightly problematic, and it's not anything against staff as a whole, just that once council makes a direction that the whole package is not brought to us with what was previously done and then what we're doing now. In the same way when we were discussing sci-fi, initially we had to get it brought back like 2 or 3 times to try to get what was previously said and then what is currently being proposed, and then so that we could have a full, robust discussion about all of it and then make the decision with all the information. So that was all I was going to say about that. Thank you for looking that up. The only question that I had left was, in the past, was the contract always renewed for 5 years? And why was it 2 years this last time?
So I'll speak just off of memory here. Typically, we've had 2-year with a 2-year contract with 3 additional year, like 1-year extensions. I believe our city attorney that handled these in the past, Andy Vietz, is here. He might have a better recollection, but that's my recollection of how we've gone about it. Providing a 5-year contract with the city, again, from staff's perspective, provides, again, a consistency in addressing our most dangerous collisions for 5 full years without having to come back to council to, again, renew the 1-year agreements. So that's my recollection.
Okay, and so my assumption is that originally it was for 2 years so that the council had opportunity to re-review the contract and how well it was benefiting the city. But I guess at this point in time, because we have all the data and we can see definitely a trend downward with the decrease in collisions and the safety of officers, because they don't have to be there responding, that it almost justifies itself at this point. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is I guess I can see how maybe 5 years could be beneficial at this point to decrease the amount of staff time. Did you have anything to add, Chief?
I was just going to clarify. I believe the last contract that was negotiated was a 3-year contract with 2 2-year extensions, and the council did approve both those 2-year extensions. In this case, one of the things that we've negotiated with in theory, in verbally with Redflex is either Redflex or the city can opt out with a 90-day notification, which is a benefit to the city, in which case we don't really think that that's going to be an issue having a 5-year contract.
That's great. Well, thank you for that clarification. And so essentially, we were in contract for 7 years, and so 5 years is actually less than what we were in contract with the last period, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. And I just wanted to offer a few comments. A couple of years ago, I had my doubts about Redflix and how it worked and the purpose of it, but I think now, after speaking to a lot of residents and asking them about how does that change your behavior, your driving behavior, I did hear from a lot of people that they're a lot more cautious as they're coming up on these intersections that have the cameras. So I think that is definitely a benefit. It helps all of our community be safer. And what I do appreciate about the negotiation with this current contract is the cost neutrality eliminated completely. So that, I think, will help residents feel like we're not doing it just for the money. If everybody is driving very carefully and they don't get these tickets, then that means that we don't owe Redflix anything. So I really appreciate that. And also just having that 90-day opt-out clause. I think if some of these concerns that have been raised turn out to be true somehow, then we do have that option to opt out. So that could be we can easily end that contract if there are those types of concerns and if Redflix uses our data inappropriately. So with that, I feel comfortable also supporting this extension of the Redflix contract. Are there any additional comments? Any additional discussion? If not, then I think we are ready for the vote.
Okay, we do have a motion and a second on item 13B, and I will go ahead and open the vote. Okay, 7 ayes and the motion carries.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. So we will take a break before we take our next item. We will take a council break, and we will be back in a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. And we will now continue with our agenda. We have item 13C, fiscal year 2022 to 2023 budget workshop number 2. And for that, we have our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Michael Kuhn, and our Parks and Recreation Director, Nancy O'Connor.
Thank you. And also with me tonight, we have the Assistant Chief Financial Officer, Greg Morley. So tonight, we're going to be touching base on budget workshop number 2. So we're going to show you the agenda real quick. So we're going to be just real quick. I'm going to highlight the numbers we saw in the proposed budget, and look at the process and where we stand, and then we're going to walk through some of the various changes being recommended to the budget. So just want to bring up this slide real quick for the overview. Like I said, at the proposed budget, on May 3rd, staff presented a proposed budget of $397.2 million. That number has changed slightly. So with everything that's being included that we will be discussing in this agenda item, that number would go up to $397.9 million. So roughly an increase of about $700,000 overall throughout the budget. Just want to give that little perspective as we go throughout the presentation tonight. Here's an overlook of the calendar. Like I said, we've come a long way since this process was kicked off with the council goal setting in November of 2021. And then tonight, May 31st, this is budget workshop number 2. And like I said, getting ready in anticipation of a budget adoption and public hearing on June 13th. Now, with that said, I'm going to go into the items. So the first item for discussion is a brief discussion around the city's pension contributions. At the city council, at the city council meeting for the proposed budget, Council Member Brown had some questions. So staff thought we'd follow up with where we are on the city's contributions to our pension funds. So just wanted to orient you a little bit with this chart. So we are looking at the city's contributions that we make each year to CalPERS, or basically the state retirement system that the city is a member of. In this chart, you'll see that we'll go back to fiscal year 2019-2020. The reason we picked this date is because this ties into the last time City Council received an update from the actuary, and so we'll be able to see what happened from then to now. And basically, I will walk you through briefly the various things that make up the total money the city sends each year to the CalPERS system. Wrong direction. There we go. So this line that you have before you, this blue line, is what's called the normal contribution. This is the amount the city pays each year for the current salaries and for current employees. So basically, all the employees, a percentage of their annual salary goes to this normal contribution. This is intended to pay for the cost of the current employees' retirements. This cost, as you can see, was about $7.4 million in 2019-2020. And it's going to go up. It has gone up about $1.2 million, moving up to $8.6 million for next year's budget. So very nominal increases in kind of the regular contributions, or the contributions we are making for current, for the salaries related to current employees. Then layer on top of that, what is the unfunded actuarial liability? So, like I said, each year the city sends our money to the CalPERS system. The CalPERS system manages that money through various different investment vehicles. And any time that system underperforms expectations, it creates a deficit in the city's funding. Obviously, if it overperforms, it improves the city's standing. But basically, what the unfunded actuarial liability says is that over time, the system had historically underperformed, causing the city to, as of January 30th, 2020, to have an unfunded liability of about $240 million. So what this line is it reflects the annual payment that the city makes towards this unfunded liability. Now, you may start going across and start adding it up. It's like, well, it looks like it may add up to more than $240 million. That's because each year we are paying a very large interest payment also on that. Basically, the interest payment on that is the discount rate that's used So basically, when these numbers were ran, it was basically 7% interest. So that is added in, and that's why these numbers would add up to what is more than the current unfunded liability. And like I said, if we were to extend this line further out, it eventually does start tapering off as CalPERS uses basically a 20-year payback period when they're looking at unfunded liability. So in general, they're always trying to make sure that, hey, in 20 years, we're actuarially going to be fully funded. And basically what that means is actuarial, basically, a bunch of statisticians get together in a room, look at million pieces of data, and say, hey, this is what the numbers are telling us everything looks like. So from 2019 to 2020, the city contributed $14.5 million towards the unfunded liability. If you look at the budget for next year, it's jumped to just under $20 million. So what we're seeing is, when we talk about increases the city's making to CalPERS or to our pension system, it is almost, it is largely for these unfunded liability payments, right? So basically these catch-up payments to make up for lower than anticipated market returns in previous years. So when we do, went the wrong way again. So when we look at that, this gray line on the top is the total payment each year the city sends to CalPERS. And so as you can see, the trend, as you can see, closely follows the unfunded liability trend. It really is the unfunded liability that's causing the growth that was discussed back in 2019 when the actuary came to City Council. And that is what Councilmember Brown was, one of her concerns was making sure that we had included the monies in the budget to pay for the increased costs from CalPERS. And those have been included, and they are included in future projections in the general fund forecasts. Like I said, so that's just a high-level overview, like I said, of the amount of money that we contribute to CalPERS and a little bit of where the unfunded liability number comes from and how we pay it back.
Michael, if I can, Madam Mayor, members of the council, only because I've been around longer than Michael has. One of the things that created the unfunded liability is PERS at one time in the early 2000s was overfunded. The term they used was superfunded. And the council that sat through the presentation with the actuarial about 3 years ago now heard about, in 2008, the Great Recession, PERS just lost massive amounts of money, just unimaginable amounts of money, as did most investment portfolios. And so really part of what you're seeing is in 2019 is partially also digging out from that giant ditch that was dug in 2008, 2009. The other thing that happened in the superfunded years from, say, 2000 to 2008 was cities saw an opportunity to enhance the benefits programs for retirees, and it was going to be free. Look, no cost, no such thing. So a couple of things really are contributing to this, the enhanced benefits programs, the hit of the Great Recession, and then, as Michael has accurately portrayed, the sort of difficulty that PERS has had in performing at the level it needs to perform to keep it upright. So there is some deeper history that I think is important for the council to know. This is nothing that this city or this organization has anything to do with, meaning we are members of an organization that makes the investments accordingly. As members of the organization, we all as individuals get to vote to determine who is on the PERS board. In that's sort of its oddly democratic process on how PERS operates. So I just want to give a little deeper history for the council members who may not be aware of some of the past. Thank you.
Yes, and then as one final kind of caveat, just remember these numbers are going to change. We're going to get new numbers at the end of July. Like I said, obviously as we get those new numbers, we'll come back to City Council and give an updated presentation. But they will, like I said, we know that the CalPERS got a roughly 23.4% return last fiscal year. So so in part that was used to lower the expectations for future years, but then also part of it will benefit some of these numbers and lower the projections. But like I said, it's something that will ebb and flow with the cyclical nature of the markets.
If I can on that, the numbers that we're expected to get will identify the investment return through June of last year.
Correct, through June of 2021.
Right. So we know what happened and that was a good investment yield. And so let's just assume for the sake of argument that it's 20%. So if it's 20%, then the impact it would have, if everything else is constant, would be the unfunded liability would go down?
Yes. And you probably can't say that it's going to go down proportionally because, that's where the actuaries get involved. But yes, so we would anticipate that the unfunded liability will decrease when we get the report in July.
And Michael, isn't it true that after 2 or 3 years of significant above-market returns, that there was a rule in place that you kick in more money because there's a higher probability that the investment yield is going to go down soon?
So it's not, the rule doesn't really state that after so many successive years of good returns. Like I said, so, I don't remember the exact year, but, going back, CalPERS adopted a policy that says, hey, any year where we get exceptional market returns, based on how high those returns are above the expected yield, we're going to automatically reduce the expected yield for future years to decrease the downside risk. So basically, we want to decrease the risk of unfunded liabilities increasing when the stocks go down. And so they have a policy in place that it looks at a single year at a time. And if the expected, if the returns in that year are exceptional, there's a formula that they use to then decrease the expectations on future years. And they use part of that good year to offset what would be an impact to the agencies if that rate were decreased during a regular year or a poor year. All right. And then here, moving on, changing subjects a little bit, I wanted to touch base on the topic of sidewalks. At the last, I keep on saying the last city council meeting, but the last city council meeting, the budget was presented. There's a discussion on sidewalks. City council had asked staff to look at redirecting some funding from the resident-initiated sidewalk program to just be spent on general sidewalk priorities. So staff recommendation is that $320,000 be taken out of the resident-initiated sidewalk program, leaving that program with $30,000, and that $320,000 be added to the general city walk sidewalk maintenance budget so that Public Works could prioritize the sidewalks that are most needing of repairs. And like I said, that's the really short change there. We're going to go into IT position changes. So in the IT fund, there's a few different positions are proposed for change. So I'll walk you through this table right here. So the first change would be to reallocate a system support supervisor to a network administrator. So overall, it has an increased cost of about $31,000 a year. The second change is in the budget, we had a to-be-determined position. Basically, during the presentation, I said, hey, the new chief technology officer will get to decide what that position is. The new chief technology officer is here, and they've said we need an IT customer service support supervisor. So basically, this is a help desk supervisor, right? They're going to be overseeing the kind of customer service branch of IT. And so that cost is just about $145,000. And then also is the addition of two systems analysts. And these are kind of more the data gurus, kind of the programmers that help the systems, that help run the systems. And so that cost for both of those would be about $245,000. And so these positions, while maybe not specifically called out by title, are in line with the IT strategic plan that was adopted by City Council last year. There was multiple positions in there for the help desk functions. It called out specifically a network administrator, and then it also called out various systems analysts. And so in total, that brings us to a total cost or total personnel salary benefits cost of $421,000 roughly. And that is not being seen as an increase to IT's operational budget. That is money that's coming from other line items. So basically, in anticipation of changes with the new IT department and with the new director, there was money set aside prior to the proposed budget in anticipation of changes like this. So this, like I said, Although there is, the cost is presented for the total of these positions, it did not increase the budget for the IT fund. Then also just wanted to bring up a little position cleanup since it did increase the budget in Measure O. So last year, if you all can remember, there was a maintenance worker added in Measure O. During the budgeting process, that position was accidentally budgeted for in the general fund, and so we needed to clean it up. And so it has been moved and added back to the Measure O, and that would increase the Measure O budget by about $87,000. And then ARCH funding. In the staff report, there was not a recommendation yet on ARCH funding because the information was so new. As Community Development highlighted earlier this evening, they received their numbers from CDBG just about 2 weeks ago. And so reacting to that, staff has now formulated a plan. And the recommendation is to use Measure O to cover the difference. So going back, in time a little bit prior to COVID-19, Measure O actually paid for all of these services. And so we felt like it was a good place to go back and kind of move that money back to Measure O. So the proposed budget had about $1.1 million in Measure O and said, hey, well, we're hoping to get about $460,000 out of CDBG. However, we know that, going to the final column, on the right, we see that, CDBG only had about $110,000 for Mercy House and for the Arch. And so we were short about $354,000. And so that's what is proposed to become from Measure O. And then just at the bottom, you can see that the county's still going to, regardless of what we do, the county's still going to pay their half. So at the end of the day, basically the net cost to the city is about $775,000. And then, like I said, just a high-level overview of the recommendations for funding the ARCH program for the upcoming fiscal year. And then from here, I'm going to turn the time over to our Park and Recreation Director, Nancy O'Connor, for a presentation with regards to recommendations for the BAM team.
Thank you, Michael, and good evening, Mayor and Council. After our last budget workshop and taking in all the information that Council gave us, and after several internal meetings, we formed what we are going to call the BAM team, which is Beautify and Maintain the City. And this presentation that I'm going to give is going to get into a little bit more of the weeds and the discussion about what those positions will be and what the work that they'll be doing. So right now, we're anticipating that the BAM team, they're going to focus on the graffiti removal, sticker and weed removal, homeless debris and trash, shopping cart pickup, citywide cleanups, which we propose to do several times during the year. We are already in discussions with the VUSD to talk about using community service hours to help clean up around our schools, and then also to focus on our transit areas. We're going to use a variety of resources within the city. Harrison, we've already just had discussions with them as well about additional pickups, additional bulk pickups, how they can help us with city cleanups. Some of our community councils, I haven't listed them all here, but we want to partner with them so that we can have regular cleanups at each community council area. We're already in talks with the ARCH as well. They're very excited to work with us to provide some of their residents to be part of our cleanup team on a regular basis. And then also, of course, our regular partners from downtown, DVP, and then our city departments besides our parks would be police department, CD, community development, and code issues, and then overarching our city manager's office. So our priorities are going to be based on a couple of different things. Obviously, as we list them here, it's cleaning and beautifying the city, but it's also having a team that's really flexible and really nimble. One of the things that happens, unfortunately, on a fairly regular basis is that we'll get hit with graffiti over the weekend. And it might take that one graffiti person weeks to be able to go ahead and clean that up. But this team could turn on a dime literally on Monday, and they could come in and they could have all these different people hitting the graffiti and getting it cleaned up. So as I had mentioned earlier, some of the areas that we're looking at and cleaning up the weeds, making sure the roadways look good, the sidewalks don't have debris around them, returning shopping carts, continuing to work with PD on river bottom cleanups, monitoring and responding to our debris hotline, and then, of course, making sure our public trash bins are regularly emptied. So our current staffing right now is 4 Parks and Recreation safe and clean people, 1 Public Works graffiti street person, and then 1 transit staff. Part of the challenge, I think, with keeping the city looking beautiful is that there's a number of departments that have a little bit of a say into this. And so by putting them all under one roof with 1 supervisor, it's going to help us be able to be a lot more strategic in the areas that we hit. The challenges that we face are constant, are that we don't have enough staff to cover the city to keep it beautiful. Obviously, a very slow response to graffiti and trash removal, minimized response, if any at all, to weeds and debris at times in different parts of the city. And then it's just overall, we have a below average appearance of our community. So this is our new proposed staffing. It would be 1 new supervisor that would be right now slated to be in the Parks and Recreation Department. 4 full-time BAM members that would be focused on beautification, but again, being able to be nimble enough so that they could move to wherever they needed to. 2 full-time graffiti people, but 1 would be new. We've got 1 existing, and we would add 1 new. 1 full-time BAM member that would focus on our transit areas. And then we would add 4 extra help, which are extended term members that would be beautifying graffiti. So they would, again, be able to go wherever the need was each day. And those would be 4 new positions, extra help positions, extended terms. So that would be up to 3 years. I'm going to turn this back over to Michael to help with the funding.
All right, yes, I'm going to walk through the funding real quick. And so what you see here, I'm going to start out with Measure O. So we have what we have before you are the various different projects in Measure O that were included in the proposed budget for funding for what would be considered safe and clean. Or I should, just a caveat, I should say non-public safety safe and clean. For this purposes, there are some safe and clean public safety, police department programs in Measure O. Those are not included in this safe and clean here. So this would be basically the safe and clean that was under Nancy's Department of Parks and Recreation. So in there's about $880,000 included in the proposed budget for kind of the Park and Recreation safe and clean and for graffiti removal. From that, like I said, with the creation of the BAM team, like I said, a vast majority, a majority of the funding, $468,000, is being recommended to be taken out of that safe and clean item, leaving about $370,000. The lion's share of that cost is the contract with DVP for the ambassadors. And then also taking the graffiti position that was partially funded in Measure O and saying, hey, general fund, pick up that whole cost. And then after that, you have the remaining costs for the BAM team. And so the monies that came out of the other ones going to the BAM team. And so in Measure O, that equates to an ongoing cost of about $192,000 a year. So basically in Measure O, these are the costs for the supervisor position, the BAM supervisor, and then the ongoing costs for equipment and supplies. And then, it is projected that in Measure O, the funding for these type of activities would increase from about $880,000 in the proposed to about $1.1 million in the what would be the recommended budget. Moving on to the general fund. In the general fund, once again, we have the same type of activities. There's a safe and clean project in the general fund, graffiti removal in the general fund, and then we had some citywide obligation project that had a piece as well. So in the general fund, it'd be taking basically all of the components of what was in the Park and Recreations Department and moving it to the BAM team, and then taking all of what was in the graffiti budget in Public Works and moving that to the BAM team, and then taking some additional dollars from other sources. In the staff report, I alluded to the maintenance and assessment districts. We got a little bit more money than we thought we would. With the street lighting districts, we also got a little bit more money than we thought we would. So there was some additional monies that we kind of found as some of the last minute items that we always, kind of the last to get the numbers on. And so those were used to offset. So those were the citywide obligations that we used to kind of offset some of the costs for the new team. And then with that, $769,000 was added to the BAM team in the general fund. So at the end of the day, there was a net $377,000 added added for the BAM team, basically the BAM project in the general fund. Of that, like I said, there was a little bit that I talked about that was coming from the increased revenues, basically directly or indirectly from the maintenance assessments district, from the street lighting district. Most of that is exclusively money coming from the one-time investment plan, because it's one-time money for the four extra help extended term positions, and then also the one-time equipment and supply costs. So there's some costs that would be needed to get this program up and running, for vehicles, for various different materials, and so those would be included from that investment plan, and that would basically exhaust all the funding dedicated for beautification in the investment plan. And so in the general fund, at the end of the day, that would bring us to $769,000 of funding in BAM. And then we move on. You're probably wondering, well, how much is being spent on BAM? So in total, there's $570,000 roughly being added to the budget to support this BAM team. The total funding for BAM would be $1,471,000. And that's, in the pieces of the pie that would basically still be left in the Safe and Clean presented here, in total that comes to a little over $1.8 million. So like I said, so still money for the Safe and Clean initiatives, but also like I said, a large portion of funding going to creating the BAM team and consolidating the services under one department. And then from there, I'll turn the time back over to Nancy.
So to wrap it up, we want to have goals that, as this program starts out, we want to make sure that the program can grow and see what we need in the direction that we want the program to evolve into. But overall, our goals are to make the city beautiful and attractive and welcoming. And when tourists come in, when our residents drive around, they're proud of how clean everything looks. Safe sidewalks, clean sidewalks, where the roads don't have trash in the gutters and things like that. We want to have our public spaces and our amenities looking good all the time. Places where we could put in public art and landscaping, though right now with drought, I don't want Gina to get angry about any greenery that we would add. But again, any place that we can make sure that we can keep clean and beautiful is an opportunity for us to, again, further our opportunities for public art. And then obviously our safe and clean beaches and all of the facilities that we have. Back to you.
All right, and so from this, basically there's four kind of key points of feedback that staff would like from City Council. That would be kind of direction regarding the recommendation for the sidewalk funding program, the IT positions, the ARCH funding, and then the funding for the BAM team. And from there, Mayor, we're available for any questions that City Council may have.
All right, thank you for the presentation. And we have Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Kuhn, we had talked about, could council get sort of an overview of what the budget and what the budget changes are for the issues around homelessness? Are we going to see that tonight?
So the issues with homelessness. So I believe I emailed to you the numbers you'd requested.
Well, as you may recall, as chair of the Hopes Committee, I had asked in advance of our meeting that we add to the agenda essentially a staff report over what this sort of pulling together all the funding around homelessness and services for unhoused residents, because it's broken up into different departments and it comes from different places, and comparing it to the prior year. And as you probably know, There was a problem with the noticing, and so the meeting was canceled the day of. I have never seen a copy of it. You had indicated that it was prepared. I had asked Mr. McIntyre if we could see it tonight. He had said we would, and I followed up with you, and you said you didn't know about it, but this was last week, but that we would see something tonight. Will we see that tonight?
Well, I mean, I would have misunderstood, but like I said, the conversation around the housing team is a conversation that has occurred tonight. I mean, like I said, we can.
Okay, no, that's all right.
I mean, we can look
if
and
we don't
see.
have
I know
it.
we have a spreadsheet with the numbers somewhere.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. Other questions from council members? Deputy Mayor Schrader?
If I go to sidewalk funding, my understanding, because I misread this, I apologize. So on slide 6, that's Measure O, and then there's another $700,000 in the general fund dedicated to sidewalk repair as well. I mean, roughly, am I right?
No, roughly there's another $445,000 in the general fund for sidewalk repair. So in total, it's $995,000 citywide.
So it's about $1 million.
Correct.
Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Schrader. Now we have Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The final numbers that you gave us for the total cost of the BAM funding, I just want to know, is that just what is going to impact the general fund? The final number, the 14 million, or is that inclusive of, the whole, all the different, I'm at a loss for words here, all the other different sources of funding?
This
that
is inclusive
in that number?
Like I said, so there's two funds that are being impacted, right? So there's Measure O in the general fund. And then in the general fund, like I said, there is also that one-time investment plan money that's being impacted.
So just for practice, well, I see it's separated. It says $1 million at the top, and then it says 768 in general fund. And of those two, I recall on the other slides, let me go back, that some was community development block grant funding, and that there's ARPA funding. And what I'm asking is this number here that says the total BAM funding required is going to be 14 million, is that the total amount that's required of Measure O and general fund only, and not inclusive of the ARPA funding and the community block grant funding? Does that make sense?
Yes, I believe I'm understanding it. So the ARPA funding, or the investment plan, is in the general fund. That's general fund money. So that's one and the same.
Well, the reason why I'm asking is because it's a one-time amount of money that we're receiving, and so it's available in the general fund right now, but these are ongoing costs, correct?
Not all of them. Like I said,
I know there's a portion that's not, which was going to lead me to the other question, which is the portion that is just the one-time funding, such as for equipment. That is the amount that we're spending on the equipment match what the one-time funding is. In other words, once that one-time funding is gone and we have those ongoing costs, will the general fund be able to shoulder those costs over long term?
So the one-time funds are being paid for the investment plan that includes kind of all the equipment and stuff. The ongoing costs related to the equipment are included in the costs for Measure O.
Right, so the answer would be yes for the equipment and the one-time funds. The Measure O funds, the other question I was going to ask, how much longer do we have left on the Measure O before that sunsets?
Yeah, roughly 20 years.
20 years. Okay, that concludes my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. Now we have Deputy Mayor Schrader.
Congratulations on attacking graffiti the way you have. Pretty clever with BAM. So as I recall, I think Councilmember Friedman had kind of made a suggestion, and he said, you have options about we could hire an outside firm to come in and kind of clean all the graffiti up and then maybe add an FTE, and we could kind of get ahead of the game. So it looks like to me that what you thought about that, but what you preferred to do was bring in 4 people, maybe 5, to say, I want to attack it. I want to have it under my control, Park and Recs and city control, and run it on an ongoing basis. Now, the 4 people they're not temporary. What's the term?
They're called extended term.
Okay.
And
for
that's
3 years?
for 3 years, 4 people, 40 hours a week. But it ends at the end of 3 years.
Okay, so and your opinion is that your approach here is better than bringing in a third party to come in and clean it up one time?
I wouldn't necessarily say it's better, but one of the things that, because I've been doing the Safe and Clean so long, and especially when I think about restrooms, is that the janitors can go and clean up the restrooms at 7 a.m., and then someone can come by at 7:10 and make a mess, and then somebody else comes by at 7:15 and they're like, well, nobody ever cleaned it. And so I felt, and I presented this to Alex and to the rest of the internal team, that by having these extended term people, we could do a couple of different things. Again, because we can be nimble and we can hit graffiti, and if things are quiet, then they can do other things. But we can also teach this group so that as people move up and out or move up into the organization, we're going to constantly have a group of people that are going to be able to help us with this kind of work. It's a way to get into the city. It's a good entry point, and this could also be an opportunity for some of the Arch residents. This can help them with their housing plan, because these people, some of them haven't worked in decades, and this is one of the things that we talked about when we were talking with the Arch leadership last week about how excited they were that this could be, some sort of almost like a feeder program them. So again, not necessarily better, but just a different approach.
More flexible.
More flexible.
You got bench strength now.
Good analogy.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Schrader. And now we have Councilmember Friedman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say thank you to whoever came up with this idea when we were talking about graffiti, dealing with enhanced efforts to deal with graffiti, because it is something that we hear from our constituents all the time. In the FAB committee, we were talking about maybe adding another person and doing a one-time sweep. This idea is so much better because A, it is flexible, and it does provide us with ongoing resources as opposed to a one-time resource, and going from just 2 people to 12?
The team will go to 12, up to 12, and then depending upon how many Arch residents that we add, we have a 12-person van that we're hoping all 12 seats are filled every day.
Yeah.
We might have to work up to that, but that's the goal. So we could potentially have 24 people on the street.
Because I can see, hearing from residents in a positive way saying, this is great, we're noticing a difference, and we probably wouldn't be getting that kind of a response if we just added one person. So that's why I said I really appreciate the fact that whoever came up with this idea. And I do particularly like the exclamation point after BAM, because usually that's something that's exciting, and this idea is exciting because we're really channeling resources to one of the biggest complaints that we get, and also enhancing the dollar amount, that another source of complaints that we've heard many times, and also something that unfortunately far too often we meet in closed session regarding trip and falls. Michael, and I think Phil was the one that indicated in one of his reports, and if you don't know, Phil can answer. Traditionally, we've been spending for the last 10 or 15 years X amount on sidewalks. So if this is approved by council, what's the difference as far as the investment in our infrastructure we would be making? Well, there's Phil.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Phil will get up and he'll provide some. I believe it was somewhere in the ballpark about $50,000 a year or so before Measure O, and then it's kind of gone up from there.
Yeah.
Yeah, good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. That's correct. The number prior to Measure O, maybe around 40,000 a year, was a good year. And then since the passage of Measure O, between maintenance and CIP, it's been running around $1 million a year.
Okay. And that, so proposed this year, is that same million?
It is.
Okay.
So what Mr. Kuhn presented would be about $1 million between CIP and maintenance and operations.
Okay. And the transferring the program that just didn't resonate with enough residents, to have that go back into your department to work on the sidewalks that are in most repair, or in need of most repair, I think will go a long way as well, because at least that money will get spent as opposed to sitting there and maybe being rolled over each year. At least we'll get the projects done. And I think the rationale for leaving 30,000 is because there are still some people who may want to take advantage of that program, correct?
That's correct. We've had some applications. We may get some more. If we find in a year 30,000 isn't enough, we'll move some money back to make sure that we fund that program.
Thanks very much. And again, thank you, staff, for this exciting idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, and in addressing Councilmember Friedman's comments, first of all, staff made fun of me for the exclamation point, but it's still there. Second comment, and I really want to emphasize this, and I think Nancy certainly highlighted this, is really looking towards the community for some level of volunteerism as well. One of the things that Councilmember Johnson has talked about, in fact, I think he mentioned it again tonight, is some these community cleanups that he's doing kind of by neighborhood or by district, and I don't want to prescribe what it would be, but this too would be this sort of beginning of those kinds of programs. Nancy also mentioned the high school kids who need community service hours and whether they do it on the campuses or not on the campus. The idea of just broadening the interest in, eyes on the streets and seeing the things that need to be cleaned and addressed. And I think it's just an interesting opportunity. I will say, based on the council's general information at the last budget session, it was sort of adding one more graffiti person, and I thought, well, let's go big. Let's try something different that really feels like there's an impact, and candidly, that's the idea of BAM. Like, let's just see if we can have a winning year. We will we will use metrics and come back to the council and talk about the kinds of impact we've had. I know it will be something that you will perceive, hopefully. Like 6 months in, you might feel like, God, it does feel better. But, how do we prove that? How do we measure that? But hopefully we'll be able to have some good indicators as we come back to the council to talk about, number of mattresses removed, number of tons of garbage hauled out of the river bottoms, et cetera, et cetera. So we'll bring you more details as well. So.
Well, with regard to the ability to enhance volunteerism, I think our good friend at home right now, Mr. Gottsman, is doing a happy dance.
And I meant to actually reference Trevor Gottsman, and I apologize. I actually did have him in my thoughts as we were thinking about this. But again, I think all of these combined really are meant to be, yes, what can the city do for you, but maybe a little bit of what can you do for yourselves as well, a little bit of self-help. So we'll see. I mean, we'll explore this over the course of the year. I think, without speaking for her, I think Nancy's excited about kicking off this program. So,
thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Friedman. And now we have Councilmember Halter.
Mayor, I'm just wondering if we started going into comments a little bit. Is there any public speakers? Because I'm holding back my comments until after that.
Do we have public communications?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes.
I still have more questions if we can do some more questions.
Yeah, let's continue with questions, and then we will go to public comments. Yeah, thank you for that.
I wanted to make sure my colleagues had an opportunity to ask questions before I asked a second round.
All right. Go ahead, Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you. Just to clarify something, if we could go back to slide 7 about the IT department, the IT fund personnel changes. The adjustments from other line items, are those other line items within the IT fund?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and that would be the fund that we kind of set up when we approved. Okay, thank you so much. And then slide 16, please. This is a lot of money, and I do support the FTE for some of these things. But you mentioned, you know, this is a pretty big change to our budget, and it's being paid for by additional dollars from other sources. What are those other sources? We have a copy of a detailed copy of the budget, but obviously there have been some pretty big changes. What are we giving up here?
Yes, so if we go back to the staff report, it outlines those other sources as well. And so starting out in Measure O, like I said, so the other sources in Measure O are basically ongoing revenues. You know, there's enough ongoing revenues there in Measure O to sustain the additional money there. And then looking at the general fund, we have, like I said, that roughly $117,000, $118,000 that was talked about, you know, coming from, you know, additional monies indirectly or directly from maintenance and assessment districts, from the street lighting district. And then also, like I said, on the general fund portion, the first year costs that would be coming from the investment plan.
Thank you. I'm still a little confused. I mean, Measure O is Measure O. Has this changed the Measure O budget?
Yes.
That was proposed? Yes. Thank you. And what is being reduced in Measure O?
Nothing is being reduced. There'd just be there'd be slightly less money in future years for CIP projects or other priorities.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. Any additional questions?
Yeah,
Councilmember Brown?
Thank you. Councilmember Johnson brought up a good point, which I was going to say it earlier and I failed to, which is, you know, Measure O is preferred to be a source for large one-time funding projects, and I'm not against what's being proposed, but many positions, ongoing cost positions, are being requested to be added to the Measure O budget. I just want to be clear. I think that the BAM is a great idea. I want to say that the Montalvo Community Council District members have requested over and over the last couple of years the opportunity to partner with the city to do cleanup. So this is right along with what I believe the city should be doing. But I did just want to echo again what my colleague said, that $14 million is a lot of money. I'm sorry, 1.4, they're correcting me. It's late, I'm ready. But what I wanted to suggest is that I love the fact that we are all in consensus in the fact that it seems like that the city needs this beautification, that the Parks and Rec Department is doing a lot of great things, and we like to continue to expand that with the sidewalks and the bathrooms and the parks and the trees and everything. I just wanted to just highlight, and I want to be clear, I did not talk to the chief over there. He has no idea that I'm about to say this, so don't look at him, just look at me. When we had the fire discussion, and there were millions, similar, almost the same amount was asked for project for us to fund, it caused a big kerfuffle. And I'm just wondering why it's so easy for us to say, oh, this is great, this is wonderful, let's approve it, let's move forward. And there's a bunch of positions that are being asked for. And with the fire, those positions were needed as well. And for some reason, there was this big, huge disagreement about it when we need safety. So I'm struggling with this because that is a big number. And I just want to be sure that our budget, that we can handle those ongoing costs. moving
Michael,
forward.
I can, Councilmember Brown, let me take a stab and then let Michael piggyback. So keep in mind, the 1.4 million is not a gross number. It's not a net new number. The current number we spend is about $1 million. So this is about a $500,000 increase. It's not a $1.4 million increase.
Thank you. That's what I was asking earlier when I was trying to figure out how much of it is new, how much of it is.
I think that, and Michael, correct me if I'm wrong, this chart gets really wonky, and I apologize about this. You have no idea how much time we spent earlier today
Yeah,
on
I
this.
mean, when I was on the FAB committee, I would have rooted this out.
So
before it came to-
the $568,000, that bottom number in the middle, that's the net new. That's the new investment above what we presently spend today.
Gotcha.
So it's a much smaller number than the fire conversation. And as Michael indicated, one of the important aspects of this program, not to be missed, are the extended term positions that are only going to last for 3 years.
Right.
So they will sunset in 3 years unless the council finds in 3 years that what a great successful program, we want to keep it going.
Sure.
And that would be the distinction. Whereas with fire, once it's in, then it's going forever in theory.
Thank you very much
Absolutely.
for answering that question.
Yeah, and then, like I said, piggybacking on that, I do want to highlight, even of that, 568,000, I said, the majority of that is one-time money, right? So you look at the 192,000 Measure O, that's ongoing, but in the general fund, the ongoing impact was only $7,000 as shown in the staff report, and that's being covered by an additional revenue that came in that wasn't planned for.
And that's what I was asking earlier when I was trying to nail that down, and I think maybe I didn't ask the question clearly enough for you to understand where I was going with that. But thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. I have a couple of questions. I think it's a great idea to have BAM and creating some excitement around beautifying our city. Where it says on slide 15, it talks about transit. Can you tell me a little bit more about what that includes?
Sure. Our existing, Public Works has an existing transit staff member. And that staff member takes care of the transit center that's at the mall, cleaning the bathrooms and, checking the facility and keeping that area clean. Plus all of the bus stops in the city are serviced, if for lack of a better word, by that person. Any of the public trash cans that are by any of the restrooms and things like that. It's pretty spread out through the entire city, and that worker obviously tries to hit all of those areas all day long. So because of the fact that it's a clean function, we would propose to move that position also into BAM. Still with that focus, but again, the great part of this is the nimbleness of the team, and maybe everybody's doing graffiti for 2 days or 3 days straight, to clean something up. Or if we had a citywide, initiative where that's what we were going at. But that's what the transit center person does right now.
Great, thank you. And as part of the BAM initiative, does that include perhaps making it easier for residents to report certain things, or maybe changing the system of how residents can report concerns?
I don't know if it would necessarily make it easier, because I think we actually have a pretty easy process now. The challenge that we have is that our staffing is so low that we don't always get to the calls. We don't always pick up the hotline. We don't always return the emails. And by having a team of 12 and potentially, volunteers, hopefully a lot of them, they can help us with things like that, where they can monitor, where our secretaries that are, focused on other things right now, maybe with Safe and Clean, can also devote a couple hours a day to, looking at those, the complaints that come in, or looking, or taking the calls from the hotline. Again, I don't want to overemphasize this word, but I really want to talk about the flexibility of putting this team together so that we can see where are we really deficient, where can we put the resources, and how can we make this continue to make it stronger year after year. As Alex said, and I do apologize for not stressing this more, is that we have metrics in place now where we have reporting systems, but they're scattered all over. And so this, by using the existing programs that we have, we'll be able to have a better handle on when we come back and we talk to council about, hey, this is what we saw that's really working well. This is where we need to put more resources. This is where we need to put less. Again, our emphasis, though, is going to be a lot on having the residents help us out.
Great. And I see that one of the partners is definitely E.J. Harrison, and they do great work, and we have a great partnership with them. You know, one of the things that I've noticed around the community is that where there are apartment buildings, there tends to be a lot of movement, a lot of activity, right? Because people move in and out very often, and there's always furniture. As people are moving out, there's furniture out on the sidewalk as they move out. And I think one of the things that might be lacking is an agreement with E.J. Harrison with these apartment complexes, because for single-family homes, we have the 4 bulky item pickups per year, but apartment complexes don't have that, and I think that is a missed opportunity there. So just an idea of maybe working with E.J. Harrison to set up some kind of system where apartment complexes have a similar option as single-family residences do to perhaps pick up bulky items as people are moving in and out. So I don't know if that's something that you maybe have already considered or can talk to E.J. Harrison to maybe come up with a plan to deal with those types of things.
We have talked about more frequency of the bulky pickups. We do get a lot of calls from apartment complexes. Often the challenge that we have with our Safe and Clean, we have small trucks, and we can put a couch in there, and then we're off to the dump, you know, and there goes an hour of your day. So we are exploring that option with E.J. Harrison to talk about, again, what are some additional things that they can provide? Is there a cost to it? But at the same time, what can we provide to make it, you know, this program a little bit more comprehensive?
Great, thank you. Those are my questions. And I see that Councilmember Sanchez Palacios has questions.
I just have one question, which I apologize if I missed. But what are the changes for funding related to ARCH again? It's in the staff report, but I kind of wanted to.
Well, so like I said, the ARCH was the one thing that in the staff report, we said, hey, we'll come back to you.
Yeah.
Right? So basically, we knew we always needed we needed $1,550,000. So originally the plan was to fund about $1.1 million of that in Measure O, and the rest through CDBG. But then with the new CDB numbers coming in, there was only $110,000 available.
Mm-hmm.
So the additional ask for Measure O is at $354,000 roughly.
Okay, got it.
Thank you, Councilmember Sanchez Palacios. And now we have Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. And Mr. Kuhn, I have a question for you. Two, really. I mean, first was, you know, at a prior, I'm getting asked if we would see something like a budget discussion chapter. Are we not seeing one in this budget? I ask because my question for you is something that normally I would be able to look up in it, and it is this: what is the change? What was last year's general fund in the revised budget, and what is it in this proposed?
Yes, and let me, what's that? So the last year general fund budget, all right. So for the current year, for the general fund,
Exclusive of Measure O.
Yes.
Yes.
That's how it's always reported. So it's 124.2 was the adopted budget. The revised budget is going to be slightly higher than that, but like I said, still in the ballpark. And then, like I said, in page 16 of the document, there is a discussion for the changes from adopted budget to from proposed budget.
I'm sorry, page 16 of,
your budget book.
my apologies to my colleagues. As you know, we, at the FAB, we didn't actually see the budget. I've only seen the stuff that everybody else has and then the emails. Okay, thank you. So from 124 to 142?
That's correct.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. If there are no additional questions, then we will move to public comment.
Okay, Madam Mayor, we do have 5 speakers this evening. Our first one being Mr. Terrence Foley, followed by Liz Campos.
Good evening. I'll keep this short. I'm Terry Foley, speaking on behalf of the Pierpont Bay Community Council Executive Board, and we want to express our support for the City Council in formatting the new budget, especially monies that are going to be going to legal and to community development and to finance and tech for the development of the new short-term vacation rental ordinance. Pierpont Bay Community Council has been asking for this for 11 years. I'm in my 7th year of doing that, and I know I met with Alex a few weeks ago. Well, it was in March, and Mr. McIntyre wasn't here for my last speaking on May 23rd. But what I had told him was that in the previous few months before our meeting at his office, is that there'd been 12 more of the short-term rentals, which takes housing away from the housing stock within those previous months, and that as I spoke on the 23rd of May, in the following 48 days, there was another 12 units that were lost to housing stock from short-term rentals. So it's not something that's stopping. It's something that more than ever needs to be addressed. I'm understanding that the City Council, Community Development promised throughout 2021 that this would be addressed immediately on the start of 2022, and that the RFP went out and didn't get a response. And we do want to keep the momentum that was established to get going at the start of the year, but now we're 40% of the way through the year, and the net progress is 0. So what I'd like to ask is that the city would endorse the idea of having the in-house meetings for the community outreach, the same ones as Gil Garcia and Mary Eakins had in 2016 and 2017, which didn't seem like a complicated process, and proceed with those community interface meetings to as a start, and then be able to draft the ordinance. I'm hearing from Peter Gilly that the actual drafting of the ordinance is simple. They said that's the easy part. So I'm glad to hear that. And looking at this frame grab from the Planning Commission meeting on May 25th, we see that number 6, if they're in order, is the short-term vacation rental ordinance for the initiative for community development. So we want to keep that priority going. We want to make sure that the housing, as an element of the housing priorities for the city, that it continues. And we want to support the city in having a budget that properly funds legal, community development, and finance and tech to prepare that new ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Foley.
Our next speaker is Liz Campos, followed by Spencer Noren.
Good evening. I worked very hard trying to understand the budget documents online, and there seems to be something lacking in the presentation, not of you, but the presentation online. Something missing. The booklet that you just referred Councilmember Johnson to, if there was somewhere to click and look at last year's budget, it would have been easier. So for me, I came here reading the documents that were presented, but a little blind until I heard the presentation. So I'd like council to keep in mind the public engagement, except for a couple of recent meetings, has greatly fallen off. And part of that is because we can't understand what's really going on at council. So I would ask that whoever is really writing the agendas and preparing the reports and the presentations give as much material to the public as possible. If we're confused, we can email and ask, but we would like to know. I want to mention the BAM program. BAM, it sounds great. I think there's a couple of misrepresentations in it. Mentioning that debris that will be picked up is homeless debris may not be accurate. Now that COVID is closed, people are driving around in their cars and tossing trash out their windows again. It makes our neighborhood cleanup on the west side a lot more difficult because we have to sweep more out of the street. We got 17 trash bags on our last neighborhood cleanup. And I want to acknowledge and thank Nancy for mentioning the West Side Community Council. But I will say the neighborhood cleanup on the west side started in a partnership with the WCDC, Jackie Pierce, the Avenue Coalition to Serve, which is Paul Castaneda's group, who has worked for years cleaning the bike path, Manos Unidos, which was not mentioned, I think, on the slide, and the West Side Community Council. So it's a big partnership. Now there's 13 groups involved, and it grows bigger and bigger. And I'm sure that partnership will continue with this program. Graffiti, the worst weekends for graffiti are holiday weekends because they know it'll stay longer. So maybe you can make some adjustments to have team members on a Saturday remove graffiti. And we'll see you again some other time. My time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campos.
Spencer Nora, followed by George Amendola.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, residents, VPD. Thank you for the continued safety. Appreciate you. I got my breath taken away right now. I didn't know about the BAM program. And I want to give Director of Parks and Rec, Nancy O'Connor, a big kudos for putting that together and seeing that foresight of what the community has been asking for many years. I want to just say that, it's been a pleasure serving the community and kind of being an example of somebody who likes to remove graffiti and beautify the city. I'll leave it at that as far as staying Ventura forward. Let's go. I think more importantly, though, with this budget, I had the list of unfunded projects for the Parks and Recs as I'm speaking as a resident tonight, but I have the honor of filling the Parks and Rec Commission and the chairman position, that there are a lot of good unfunded projects still in the Parks and Rec Commission that you could always take a look at if you ever want to enhance and beautify the city, a little more of these unfunded projects. One at the top of the list I want to recommend tonight is repaving the Camino Real parking lot. It also falls under transportation, a little bit of Mr. Nelson's umbrella as well, because we know Parks and Rec and Public Works work really uniquely in our city, which is different, going into sidewalks and different stuff. So that's part of the BAM program, is working with Public Works and seeing that unity we have within our city. So thank you for recognizing that and the uniqueness. And last but not least, I want to just take a moment and give a big advocacy to Terrence Foley and the hard work that he does with short-term vacation rental. This is something that we have needed as a city forever, I think, just to instill the culture that we try to really understand and grasp and keep that culture, mostly from what I hear from the council members, is housing, right? Because short-term vacation rentals can take a certain type of housing and that goes down the line and eventually equals someone being homeless by not allowing a resident to fill that occupancy from the one bedroom to the studio to the nice house, which eventually is the beautiful house in Pierpont, which Terrence Foley's family has been living at for multiple generations. No one knows the Pierpont area better than this man. And now, after having a successful career, he could do many other things with his time. But he's testifying of putting 7 years of community service. And Terry, sorry if I'm making you a little embarrassed right now, but you deserve this time. No one is working harder for bringing an actual sensible ordinance with no agenda or motive other to benefit the city of Ventura. And that's what Mr. Foley is doing. I recommend, hopefully if I can as a resident, to council members here, make a motion for recommendation for policy to bring forth a discussion about short-term vacation rentals. Give this man what the Pierpont community deserve, a discussion and then ultimately a vote on a short-term vacation rental policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Noren.
George Amendola, followed by Trevor Gottsman.
Hi, good evening again, Council. I just want to clarify that, once again, my comments may be perceived as a little contradictory to my prior comments about the Red Flex system and that renewal and extension of a contract. But I do support adequately funding the police. And my observation from the last workshop was the police allocations for employees and budget were taken down a little bit. Positions were frozen and then reshuffled, but not necessarily for policing, more for support staff. I think that the police need more funding, and I think it's up to council to find ways to fund it creatively. In addition, I heard once again this evening about the pension obligations and that underfunded pension obligation accruing, it looks like, for the next 10 years at least. Council is not being very creative in mandating that staff find ways to generate more revenue for budget shortfalls. I think the budget's propped up with one-time monies coming from the federal government. And I'm noticing an expansion of government and government services locally. That's going to come back at us. So I would normally bring these comments to the Economic Development Subcommittee, but there hasn't been an Economic Development Subcommittee meeting in about a year. So tonight I'm going to take the opportunity to suggest that Council increase the TOT tax from 10% to 15% and allocate that 5% spread to police, fire, and pension, exclusively to those three categories. In addition, I think the school board has some obligations to the city to fund policing. I think the council and staff needs to approach the school board for more funding for policing. I can also say that the county and adjacent cities and the state, with the fairgrounds and the California Highway Patrol, have a responsibility to this city by dropping off criminals at the jail and not repatriating them back to the point of origin. I think that those agencies bear a shared responsibility to this city and not at the sacrifice of our residents. With that in mind, I also believe that it's up to the city to file a lawsuit to get some of this money from other agencies. You know, the perfect example is all of the issues we deal with the state, with the river bottoms, the policing and the fire support which is required from that. Nobody reimburses the city for that. I think council should seek reimbursement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amendola.
Our next and final speaker is Trevor Gottsman. And Trevor, we'll bring you over now and you'll be able to unmute yourself and activate your camera.
Good evening. Thank you. I hope you can hear me. And I have to thank Madam Mayor, City Council, staff, and in particular, community members. Thank you for showing up. Thank you, everybody, for showing that we do care. It's tough to get here. I'm one of the most privileged of us all, and I was about to hop down and run down and try and get there by the seat of my pants to show my face, just to say, keep the police, but the police and us need to look eye to eye. Turn the cameras off, or if you have them on, make them visible to everyone. But at the same time, we really need flow. We need to keep the flow going. We don't need the stop and go. So it all comes back to, once again, I'm speaking just in such broad terms because the Red Flex I do not agree with the red flags. I understand the reasons for it. Technology is a wonderful thing. We are fantastic technologies ourselves. Let us police ourselves the proper way, the way we were born, the way we are meant to operate. Use our heart to know the truth, use our faculties to figure it out and face each other, face the fears, let those dissipate, love each other, know the truth, and work together to keep the flow going. Have islands, do it right. These patchwork things keep coming back. Acknowledge it, let's slow down, acknowledge it, get the community together, talk these things through if necessary, but work these things through. Speak to the school district, I agree. The kids, their community service can be incorporated. The BAM program, it's not an acronym that really I'm fond of, but this is a good place. It's a good idea. Thank you for mentioning, because we need to get further, way further. Really, let's do it right. Let's really slow down, face the facts, and the facts come from all directions, and there's boundless facts that make up the truth. We all see it from our perspective. We need to get together more often. These hybrid meetings can work. We need to get together however we get together, but now is the time. Everything we do, that's why I'm not there. I'm not coming in my car, because why add to the problems? Get circles going. I'm also here, Mr. Amendola. Thank you very much. I appreciate we can all work together. The city manager, yourself, Liz Campos, everybody who is here tonight, Spencer Noren, thank you all. Have a wonderful night, everybody. I look forward to coming back. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Mr. Gottsman.
And that concludes our public comment on this item.
Thank you very much. And so we will now return the conversation to council for deliberation. And we have Councilmember Halter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've been waiting for my time to be able to actually share some comments as opposed to questions. I want to give credit to staff for what I thought was a very excellent presentation, very well thought out, and the changes were very clear to me, and I thought they were appropriate, so I want to thank you for that. But I'm ecstatic by BAM. I got to tell you, Nancy, you guys knocked this one out of the park. I really think that staff's really listening to what the public's saying, what a lot of us have been saying for years. The fact that when I think back to when I was on one of the committees for Measure O, and what we were told back then, what we were preaching back then, was raising the standards in our city. We know we have a beautiful city. We know we have a unique city, but we also know that it's 160 years old. And there's a lot of things that need to be fixed and cleaned up. And there's a lot of, it doesn't take a lot to just make it a lot more managed, a lot more like somebody takes care of and cares. I remember when we started the Downtown Community Council, putting the pots on the street, the flower pots, was a big ordeal. Doing the kiosks was a big ordeal. Putting lights on the trees was a big ordeal. But each one of those things showcased how much people have passion and love our community, and how much we want to create and complement the ambiance that we have as a city. So I know that a big part of Measure O, the passage of Measure O, is because we talked about raising our standards, about promoting beautification, about all the things that BAM is going to be addressing. That was the one piece missing over the years since Measure O was passed. And I know that as somebody that was on the front lines helping to promote Measure O. So thank you for listening. And I think it's going to be an amazing opportunity to bring the community together. I mean, if we could see the likes of what we've seen, whether the latest is the land trust, it's unbelievable what a group of citizens can do. When we did the botanical gardens, it's just amazing that it all begins with a thought, and then it breeds in all the energy and passion that so many people in our community have. Or some of the other things, Rubicon and Music Festival, and focus on the masters and so forth. There's a lot of things that are just absolutely amazing that just people got together and created those assets, those amenities for our community. So I believe like some of you were alluding to, I know Alex was saying as well, is that this is a great opportunity to use some of that, a lot of that passion that exists in our community, and have neighborhoods, people get together and say, hey, you know, if we care about the public right of way, you know, I think I'm going to do my part and maybe knock down those weeds that's been on that side yard that I just don't care about. Maybe I might, you know, put a coat of paint on that garage door. I may go in with the city and split that fee for replacing that sidewalk, because I think part of the problem, people don't know that they're responsible for that sidewalk, you know? I try to share that in my landscape business, that they are, and it behooves them to help make sure that we do something and make it safe. So all that said, I'm very ecstatic I think the budget was very well presented, and I agree with what Liz was saying, though. I think online there could be a lot better adjustments for the public to see it better. But I'm very impressed with what you guys delivered, and very, very excited about BAM. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Halter. Any additional feedback on the 4 items? Councilmember Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I have, for over a year, been saying that we've got this federal money that we allocated for community beautification, and it was $880,000, and we need to be putting it towards graffiti removal, and I'm glad to see that. I'm glad to see some increase in an FTE in the Public Works, or now Parks and Recreation, for graffiti abatement. But as I've advocated for this, I wasn't advocating for adding another FTE for a supervisor position. You know, as best I can tell, well, let's back up. You know, for me, the issues in the city that we need to deal with are housing and homelessness. And I think we're doing a good job of bringing resources to housing. We're certainly increasing them. For homelessness, basically the arch is going to stay the same, and the position that is currently Corporal Kaufman will be reduced in, well, certainly in pay. And, you know, at a time when our general fund is up 15% since last year, I have other priorities for how we should be spending this money. I think the BAM program is ambitious and interesting. I do. Of course, based on what Mr. McIntyre said, the idea is that we're just going to get this hopefully approved next week, and that's not a lot of discussion for a rather expensive program. I know I will need to actually see a revised copy of the budget, and by which I mean more than PowerPoint charts. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. Any additional comments? All right, no additional comments from council members?
If the council will allow me very quickly. So, Michael, can you go back to the 4-point slide, the one towards the end? So as we come back with the final budget presentation on the 13th, if I'm hearing everything properly, that the conversations we had today, we will incorporate into the final document and bring that back for adoption, which, again, is the public hearing. Council still has an opportunity to make changes. I want to be very, very clear, because it's a public hearing. The public, of course, has an opportunity to weigh in as well and offer councils its insight. To the extent I can work with council members offline to help them better understand whatever issues or concerns they might have, I am happy to do so. I will volunteer Michael and Greg to do so as well. We are heading towards the final stretch here, and I think it's important the council understands this, that, you know, absent hearing feedback, and I know Councilmember Johnson is offering some general feedback, we're moving forward with where we are today. And if that's great, then we'll move forward and you'll see the final budget document on the 13th. And if not, I just want to make sure, again, what I'm hearing from most of you is, as presented, we're good to go. And again, Councilmember Johnson, I think, has some concerns, and I can certainly work with him offline and make sure we can address those concerns, and then by the 13th, hopefully, we'll have something ready to go that will be supported. So I just want to make sure we're clear where we are in the budget right now. So, okay, then I'm great. This is great.
And may I just provide a little bit of clarification? So the adopted budget document will not be ready on the 13th. The adopted budget document will not be ready until September. But the final adopted numbers will be ready.
Correct.
All right, we have Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to make sure that the numbers, when it's brought back the next time on the 13th, that call out exactly what the new general fund impact would be, so that it's clearly displayed in the next presentation. That's
We can
all
do.
I
We can
ask.
do that.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Brown. Any additional comments? All right, if there are no additional comments, then thank you very much for the presentation. We look forward to receiving the final version, or perhaps a more finalized version at the June 13th meeting. All right, and next we have public communications.
Madam Mayor, we've received one speaker card this evening, and our speaker is Liz Campos.
Okay, I'm back. What I would like to address tonight, which popped up in this agenda a few times, but wasn't an actual agendized item, is the growth of the homeless population in Ventura and the seeming maybe failure to understand or not clear communication about what that population is. Mr. McIntyre referred this evening to the homeless community. It's not just one big happy family as a community. There are unsheltered people in Ventura who were born here and raised here and lived their whole lives here. There are unsheltered people in Ventura who moved here for the weather, or who moved here with spouses and are in the streets because of battering experiences at home or other behavior that was inappropriate. There are unsheltered people in Ventura who are addicted to drugs, or who are criminals who came out of prison and find this a good place to fly under the radar because we kind of ignore them. And not all of them are criminals, but some are. And not all of them are really great people, but some truly are. The point is, if we don't address the serious housing issues, including short-term vacation rentals, the population of unsheltered people will continue to grow. Several years ago, I sat in chambers and heard a discussion about building a 55-bed homeless shelter. And I was appalled, because at that time we already had 500 homeless people living in Ventura. You can't shelter 500 with 55 beds. So a lot of rhetoric happened at that time about, oh, here we solved the problem. We have a shelter now. So far away that all the unsheltered people in Ventura are hanging out at our bus stops and on the west side in the grocery store parking lot. And they're not scary people. Just most of us don't have time to chat with them and find out where they came from and where they want to go. So I would encourage you to put this on the front burner. This week, the governor signed a bill offering state money for homeless programs and to try and end this issue. Now, of course, we know it won't end completely, but where are our grant writers in the city of Ventura? Let's get more money coming for this issue and try and put it to rest. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campos.
And that concludes our public comment.
Thank you. And with that, we have come to the end of our meeting. And so we will be adjourning tonight's meeting in memory of Bernie Furlong and Jordana Ibarra Telias. And with that, we adjourn our meeting.